Hey y'all. Good morning. Happy Thursday. Happy thriving Thursday. Yo, we can't go nowhere. We got to get our favorite on here, y'all. It's only one way to get our morning started. Y'all already know. Good morning, Miss Simone.
Is that the church finger, Mr. You know, and you'd be like, hello.
Miss Simone.
You'd be like, can I get, just excuse me. Excuse me.
Miss Simone. Yeah, this is the excuse me, but did you know you only got one more good morning from us? They got one more Miss Simone glow, Miss Simone smile, one more.
I'm not well. I am not well.
We good. Pick yourself up, Miss Simone. Come on, get out, yo. Pick yourself up.
I'm about to put the bonnet on.
No bonnet, y'all. Yo, hey, Miss Simone. How do I say goodbye?
I ain't going nowhere. No.
Hey, yo.
Not without you. I'm not going. Heartbeats.
Yo, we got. Listen, Simone. We sign off for the last time tomorrow, Miss Simone.
Someone called Jennifer Hudson and tell her.
No, get Boys to Men on the line. How do I?
This is so tragic. This happens every summer. We really beat this. We really just get started, and now.
Yo, you remember 2 summers ago, before Rona, when Love was on the floor holding on to yo. I had to grab Love by the ankles. I might can find the video and pull. Yo, we gotta go. Yo, Love was like, no, on the floor, yo.
Mr. That I'm telling you, this summers hit different when you spend them at Heartsmont. This is the best.
It do, yo. Your summers hit real different, yo.
It's so different. You really grow and develop, and you get paid, and you get a network, and you get around success-minded people.
Yep. And Miss Simone, we already got 3 new heartbeats that might be on 2 projects for us. The one big project, I really can't spill all the beans yet, but I'm gonna let you know in October what channel to turn your TV to, because it's gonna be on a TV show.
Oh yeah. I'm tuned in.
No, oh yeah. It's gonna be a big deal. It's gonna be a very, very, very big deal. But then we might have some new hubbies joining the food insecurity team. Shout out Donovan.
Hey.
Shout out Hannah. Shout out Kayla. Next week they going on a field trip with the food insecurity team.
Wow.
And it's a very big, important mission. But that project right there, that's like $300 a month to do something that's going to actually help to improve the lives of young people in Baltimore. It don't get no better than that.
It doesn't get any better. And these are new heartbeats.
You heartbeats stepping up. Yo, I told Miss Caitlin, don't spend your time fussing and arguing with these OG heartbeats that done lost they win. Like, yo, you want to lose your win, you forget what it's about, and now you tired of all this. Yo, it's fine. We still love you, but this ain't for you.
That's okay.
That's okay. Yeah. Okay. Go sit down somewhere, catch your breath, and we'll see. But that's why I be telling you can't depend on that motivation, yo, because when that motivation run out, then you slack, and now you making everybody look bad.
Ms. Jo, I gotta share this quote with y'all. I guess it should be my jewel, but it's just too good. It's perfect for the moment.
We need it.
Somebody says, stop looking for a motivational speech to replace what only discipline can accomplish. Inspirational words and videos are powerful, but baby, ain't nothing like being able to give yourself a command and follow through all the way to completion.
That's what it's about.
I said,
no, that's what it's about.
I said, that is good.
That's what it's about. That is what it, yo.
There is a pattern for success, honey.
That's the core of it. What you just read, that is the core of it, Miss Simone.
Yeah. So New Heartbeats, we are excited for y'all. Make sure you stay on it. There's no such thing as being perfect. Y'all know what to do. That's why we get upset. Communication. There's reaching out to people, leaning on support. You have too many tools and resources that we try to teach y'all for y'all to just be acting like you ain't have no home training. Like you didn't with heart smiles. Like you're not a youth built for success. No.
Right. Like, yo, yes, yo. Yes. Yes. Yo, that motivation runs out. And I know that motivation, it feel good because it's something new. Your eyes open. And, you know, you just like, yes, I want to do everything. But like how you said, Miss Simone, that discipline, being able to give yourself a command, say, I'm going to do this, and then get it done. Being able to really set your goal and say, nothing is going to deter my attention. Like, I'm going to keep control of my attention and I'm going to focus on where I want to go and who I want to become. Like, even on the days that you don't feel like it. That's the hardest part. And that's where a lot of people get tripped up, because the second something happens, they trip over an obstacle. Here come adversity messing with you. Now it's Monday, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you in the bed with all the lights out.
That, no. See, we're trying to, okay, we got to hurry up, because if not, my guests are going to fuss me out, because this is going to be our fire last session. Is there no guest?
No, you got some people knocking at the door. You definitely got some people knocking at the door, y'all.
Because the session's going to be fire today. Y'all better show. Okay.
Is it, y'all? Is it? I need to put my Grim Reapers on.
You might have to, Miss Joni. You might.
Let me put the Grim Reapers on, y'all. Let me put the Grim Reapers, because this Miss Simone, last real session. Yo, this your last real session, yo.
I don't like to use the words last. I don't really like that. It just doesn't settle in my spirit.
Got the Grim Reapers.
I was gonna say, y'all, this is the hardest part. It's hard to start and to get out of your own head and to get out of fear. That's one part where it gets hard. When you make your first slip up, it's hard because you feel defeated. You think the world's crawling down, but you got to get back up. And then once you make it, you got to remember not to forget where you came from, and make sure you bring other people along the way while you keep pushing forward ahead. If y'all can make it through those 3 things all throughout your journey of life, you will be successful.
Yes. They don't hear you, Miss Simone. They don't hear you, Miss Simone.
Miss Tony. Okay. Well, they're going to have to hear these good mornings, because it's time.
They don't have to hear these good mornings. Oh, Miss Simone. Yo, I can't wait till Hip Hop Public Health drop the video, yo. They put me in the video with Dougie Fresh, yo. No, not Dougie Fresh, DMC. This one got DMC, yo.
Even better. We love them both.
Yo.
Congratulations, Miss Joni.
Wait till you see it, Miss Simone. Wait till you see it, y'all.
We should have. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just gotta say, they gotta make one little tweak though. They put me in jeans. Like, I don't never wear jeans. They gotta, give me the black sweatpants. But like, yo, they did the logo. They did my cross. They did my glasses. Yo,
this is so cute. It's an animation.
Yes, yo.
Come on, Cam.
Yo, Cam, the Jordans or the Gucci. Yo, the slides is when I'm in the house. That's pandemic. No, they gonna put me on some.
No, we want the Gucci slides, Miss Joni. We love a pop out. Okay.
Bye, yo.
That is awesome. I was gonna say we should do a watch party when it comes out.
We have to.
Right.
People on the youth advisory board, they want to get to see it first next week.
Oh,
so that's like them look at it, tweak it, whatever, and then after that, like a week later or so, we'd be able to share it fully with the public. But I put a little teeny snippet on my story. I couldn't really play it, but I put a little teeny snippet.
I'm gonna go by it. I love Hip Hop Public Health. I love how they merge it, and I think I saw in the Shade Room the other day that they made November like Hip Hop Month. I'm like, okay,
let's do it, yo. I
think it's okay. Anyway, Miss Johnny, please tell me that we have an intro this morning.
What?
Sing.
What?
Tanner. Sing.
What?
Tanner.
Hey, yo.
Sing. Tanner.
What?
Sing. Tanner. Sing.
Yo, good morning, Santana, yo.
My girl does not let up from the top.
Sing. Tanner.
Yo,
Sing. Tanner.
good morning, yo. Good morning.
Sing. Tanner. Sing. Tanner.
Yo,
Sing. Tanner.
good morning. Yo, I'm definitely gonna miss that part, yo. I'm definitely gonna miss that part, yo.
We have to do it tomorrow too. We're not doing anything before we get on here and get Santana her recognition. Okay.
Yo, and you know what, yo? We gotta do something, Miss Simone. You know what? No, you gotta guess. We can wait. You got
Okay. All right, but good morning, Santana.
Good morning, Santana. Breathe in your fresh air, baby. We got like 2 good sniffs. All right. Miss Simone, take your time. Take your time.
I need to calm down. Okay, sorry. Santana, you got me hyped, girl.
I know, yo. I know. All right, but see you, Santana. See you, though. Good job.
Love you.
All right. Who we got, yo?
Frontline. Good morning.
Good morning, y'all.
Never in
Never in the back, yo. Good morning, y'all. All right, see y'all. Bye.
Love y'all.
Yeah.
All right, we got young new leaders in the house.
YNL, good morning. YNL, good morning, y'all. Hey, y'all. All right, see y'all. Bye, y'all.
Good morning, love y'all. Good morning. Okay. Then we got Youth Built for Success.
YBS, good morning, y'all. How y'all feeling, y'all?
Yes.
Let me see y'all, yo. All right, bye.
Yes, have a great day. All right. Then we got Better Brighter Futures.
Better, brighter future, yo. Better future, yo. Good morning. How y'all feeling, y'all? Good to see y'all. All right, y'all. See y'all. Bye.
Love y'all. Then you know we got the chosen ones. You know we
Yo,
got
Steve G, yo, hard every day. Good morning, chosen generation.
morning.
All right. See y'all. See the whole generation.
Not see the whole dinner. Okay. You know we got biggest lessons. We got
biggest lesson, yo. Good morning, aka biggest blessing, yo.
yes. Good morning.
Good morning, y'all. All right, y'all. See y'all. Bye.
All right, you ready? You got your nose plug.
Yes, y'all. I got the nose plug, yo.
With crevices. We love y'all, but you crusty. We love you, but you crusty. Okay.
Yes, y'all. From the crevices of East Baltimore, y'all. The ghetto Goon Squad.
Love you.
Good morning. Yes. Get us right. Yes. New Heartbeat. Morning, y'all. Good morning, New Heartbeat. How y'all feeling, y'all?
Yes.
OG Heartbeat, stand up. Y'all got one more time to stand up, yo. Good morning, y'all. How y'all feeling? Heartbeat Mentors.
Yes.
Good morning, y'all. And Heartbeat Mentors. The 2:00 session today, if you want to get on Heartbeat Mentors, this is for you. The adult mentors. Heartbeat adult mentors. If y'all want to get on 2:00 today, hit me up. Get the link.
Oh, that'll be fire. We got to get Miss Carmen up there. I love
Miss Carmen going, yeah. Come on, Miss Carmen. Throw that bonnet off.
Come on, Miss Carmen.
Throw that bonnet off.
Bonnet in the air. Shout out to KR Smoothies for throwing her bonnet down yesterday.
That was hard, wasn't it, y'all?
I watched it like 10 times. I couldn't stop.
He was like, bonnet off.
Get up.
Let's go.
Okay.
All right, y'all.
Good morning.
Oh man. Yo, you got what is you doing today, Miss Simone?
You gotta get active, Miss Johnny. It's the
Hold
last.
up, they got me on here. You feel me? Hold up, they got the best one on.
Santana!
What? Hey.
Sing. Tanner.
Yo.
We got the activists. We got the leader of the Ghetto Goon Squad, Mr. Bonnet, Dr. McLean, and the one and only Tizzy. Y'all look good this morning.
Yo, what's up? Mrs. Bo, you did it today, didn't you?
This is Lene and Dante. I thank them because I was like, y'all, we cannot leave this summer without talking about how y'all be smoking and drinking because I promise you we would talk about this discussion. And I said,
hey, yo.
because we need to do it because I don't want y'all
right.
sessions thinking we gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. And I'm like, what better way than to have a nice old debate? You know, we love a good debate here on Success Sessions. So I called the one and only activist, Lene, and Dante, who was calling me out the first time about my debate. I said, Lord, not you calling me out.
I ain't calling anybody out when Wisdom Wednesday was a one-man show yesterday.
First
Not
off,
the one
I
man
definitely
show.
had to go send my computer back to app because it was not working. I had to get a new computer.
Oh, we talking about Wisdom Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm talking about Wisdom Wednesday. I had to get a new computer because my computer was not responding to me. When I was typing, it wasn't popping up. The mouse it couldn't even cut on.
You missed Donnie, you have to give him a pass. He had to ship his computer to Apple. You have to give him a pass.
Ooh, we gonna get cussed out before we gonna get cussed out before the debate. Well, I'm glad you got your laptop back to TK because you're a boss and you're a leader and we need you. So
Are y'all ready to get the show started?
I'm gonna be y'all just do your thing. Me and Miss Joni are gonna be some of the judge in the heartbeat. Well, y'all tell us what you want us to do.
Y'all can judge based on like the debate, I guess. But yeah. Okay. Do y'all remember y'all teams? I just have to put that out there. Y'all remember? Y'all got it?
remember that I was on the team of smoking.
Okay. Charles?
Yeah, I remember mine.
Okay. Who's that one at the bottom? I can't see the name.
That's Antonio.
Okay, Antonio, I think he's with Dante. Okay. We're gonna I guess we can go ahead and let Dante start first. Go ahead.
Okay. Wait, y'all set up. So who's on which team and like what's the debate topic before we start getting into our argument?
So the debate topic is basically what are the pros and ooh. Someone got can you mute everyone that I'm gonna come up to you? Miss Joni? Okay, we good? Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who it is.
So the debate topic is basically what are like the pros and cons of like drinking or smoking and kind of like which one is better, but like still don't do either or underage at all. Miss Mo, like please, like still don't do it, but it's still a great helpful debate. So Dante's team can go first. And I'm only saying that because I got to plug my computer charger in. So yeah, Dante, y'all go first.
All right, so since you said we can go first, we obviously gonna take it. So what we're talking about is we talking about drinking. I'm gonna start off basically saying by drinking is not good. No, not at all. I can say only if you're at age.
This is a debate. Do you know how a debate go?
Love, I know.
When you debate, you're supposed to start off with the good, then we can go off with.
I know, love. I know.
Okay.
Relax. Anyways, like I said, drinking when you're at age. Oh my God, please. Drinking when you're at age is okay. Please be drink responsible, but do not do it if you're not at age. Santana, go ahead.
Wait. It's a debate. Okay, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna lay it out. So one person goes on each team, then the next person goes on the other team. That's how you do a debate. Okay.
How when it's uneven? Oh no, not Asia. I need to see you at the bottom. My bad.
I just want to say, not y'all coming for me in my debate, and y'all don't have your debate.
I really thought people knew how to do a debate. That That's my fault. I'm gonna
Okay.
take accountability on that one.
Fine,
But
let's- wait, just a second, Lene. I'm so sorry. Okay. So what are the first of all, Lene, who's on your team?
I have Charles and Donovan and Antonio. And I think Naeem is supposed to be coming, but I guess it's not, the link is not working for him.
Now he was
Okay.
asleep.
I mean, he's not on my team, but he's on drinking just to make it even.
Okay, so Lene, Charles, and Donovan
And Antonio.
and Antonio. Okay. And then Dante, who's on your team?
Apparently it's supposed to be Naeem, but it's Antonio. No, Naeem, Antonio, and Santana.
Okay.
What?
And what about
smoking?
I'm confused. You're smoking. Lene just said you was okay. Anyways,
Lene, Charles, Donovan, and Mr. Bonnet. And then Dante is you, Santana, and Naija. Because we have too many people up, so
Naeem
I
is
was
on
gonna have to
chat.
hold it down without Naeem. Okay, Lene. So now we got the teams. Now, what are the other rules?
And basically, the rules are just to justify. You make your argument in your stance, like you present your argument, like this is like the first base argument, right?
Okay.
And it will go drinking, smoking. So like one person would basically kind of like present.
Okay. All right. Y'all got it? Any other questions? Clarifying?
Seems
Present
pretty
your
easy.
argument.
All right. So Dante's team went, and Lene, now it's your turn.
Okay.
All right.
My argument is not drinking, smoking. Okay, because I don't want to sound so bad, because I already did a session on this Monday. Smoking when you are of age can be beneficial for you if you do medical marijuana, not recreational marijuana. Okay.
And what's the age? What's the appropriate
Of
age?
age is 18, meaning like you grown. Because technically you can get a medical marijuana card when you are grown.
Okay. All right, Dante's team. Do y'all have a rebuttal?
It's Santana's turn.
Okay, so underage drinking, it isn't okay, but like I know some people use it as like a good coping method, or like it helps calm them down, whatever. But when you're underage doing it, it's really not okay, and it's not good either way. But yeah.
Miss Joni?
Oh, I ain't on even one of these teams.
Are you on your own team? Are you okay over there?
No.
What's going on? Why are you not okay?
Nah, I'm right. Let them go here. I'm right.
All right, we're coming back. All right, Lene's team.
So, I mean, to be honest, little kids yeah. So little kids don't necessarily have to smoke weed, because like you got like the little melatonin pen, like the melatonin pen that be helping you go to sleep. They send you to heaven for real. Like, but anyway, like the melatonin pens really help people that like that have trouble going to sleep, or if they stressing, because like the melatonin, like it just helps you, that helps the person calm down their body. And the melatonin pen is for ages, like for ages 10 and up. So like if you have trouble going to sleep, just get yourself a melatonin pen. No weed, no drugs, just it's good for the people, and it doesn't harm you.
All right. Dante's team.
So just to let y'all know, our rebuttal was basically taking the stance what somebody said and just reacting it and putting it in your own words. BTW, what does a melatonin pen has to do with marijuana? I no. Anyways, but I would definitely say like when you're drinking, it definitely gives you like that vibe. Cause I know because my brother like you could do it like sometimes you can do it occasionally, you can do it this way, you can do it that way. But when you actually looking at it, it's not like a you can't do it like you can't do it often. Like no, it's not it.
Can I just
All right.
say really quickly, Miss Joni has been killing me for the past 5 minutes because
I'm being quiet. I haven't said anything. And when Miss Simone
like,
gave me an opportunity, I held back. I didn't say nothing.
but
Your
it's just
body language is saying it all, Miss Johnny. You know there's 3 ways of communication: verbal, written, and nonverbal.
This just Dipset versus Dipset. I'm trying to figure out where we going at right now.
Okay, Miss Johnny, we're gonna be on a team then. You know our debates are unconventional, and you gotta let us know. Why are y'all getting nervous? Why are you not doing the debate? We've been trying to have a debate all summer, and now y'all up here looking at me. What do y'all know what a debate is?
I don't think they do because me, I came with my evidence and I came with my, records and my timeline.
I came with mine. I don't know about your team, but my team came with theirs.
Okay, Donovan, what do you want to say? And Charles, and then we're gonna do a little root, and I'm gonna ask y'all questions, and I'm gonna give y'all a side. All right, but Donovan, Charles, and then Naija, did y'all want to say anything before we move forward?
I just wanted to start off by saying I have never smoked or drink, so don't try to help me accountable. But I think smoking can have relaxing benefits for people with anxiety, so they're not on the walls all the time and really like shook out their boots. It's like a calming facility.
Okay, Charles, do you have anything?
So I don't know what this session's supposed to be like about because I invited Mar into the thing yesterday and stuff, but I mean I just did join the session though just to show support and give my side.
Mute his mic. Naisha, go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Do you have anything you want to say before we move forward that's related to the debate?
Okay, well, about the whole debate. I mean, okay, so about drinking. Okay, so it affect men and women like differently, and it doesn't like warm you up. Basically, like, it doesn't give you like warm your whole body up. Like it's one side. Like it can be positive, and it can be negative because you can use it. If some people use drinking because if they don't get no sleep, they can use that. But some people just a drink. But that's not good. It's not.
Exactly. Okay, thank you, guys. Okay, thank you, everybody. Now, we still have some time, so we're going to try this again. I'm going to give y'all, the topic is going to be, should young people be smoking or drinking, yes or no? Dante, your side is the no. Lene, your side is the yes. So Lene's team should be saying why it's appropriate for young people to be smoking or drinking. Dante, your team is why it's not okay for young people to be smoking and drinking. And the real disclaimer of this whole session is that nobody really should because it is not okay and we do not promote that at Heart Smiles, but we have real conversations and we're not gonna sit up here and act like it doesn't happen. So I want y'all to bring your real experiences, stuff from your friends and family that you have seen so we can really get us into the conversation of why this is happening and at adolescent age with young people. All right. How does that sound?
Where was this?
Better.
Why didn't we do this at first?
Look,
It's not the debate.
Look, Miss Simone, I do got to say this one thing. When you call me out, you just about to because I don't agree with this side, but I'm going to say this. This is going to prepare me, or if anyone is in politics, this is literally going to prepare you. If you don't agree with something, but you have to argue and prove that why it's right, I'm sitting here stuck, and now I gotta like really like come up with something, though I don't agree with it. and it's like,
I get this debate stuff.
So I need
Stop.
facts debate. I need facts to back
Yeah,
up why smoking is good.
Articles.
facts
You should
or
go to
personal
research.
experiences
wait,
or
wait, wait. One question:
yeah,
smoking is good, drinking is bad, or we talk? This whole topic is about drinking.
it's
No,
both.
he
It's
said
both.
Dante is like Dante's team has to say no why drinking is bad, and we have to say yes while smoking is good, even though you shouldn't.
Okay,
So don't
okay.
smoke,
That was
kids.
my
But
question. That
anyway,
was my question.
So what team is going first?
Dante's.
Dante, your team is going first because you pulled out the medals. So now we got to do it. And if we don't need to do the debate, that's fine. We could just talk about it if it's going to be complicated. But the whole point of this is to really get to the bottom of it, because we be getting opportunities and young people can't pass drug tests. We talk about how young people get on social media and they be holding up bottles and money. So we really need to get to the point of why this is happening. If some people think it's bad, can they give some facts and stuff of why it's bad? If some people think it's good, why is it good? Why is this happening? And how can we find some common ground to understand what's going on? That's really the point of it.
I feel like we should just turn this to a conversation, because when I had my debates, it was a 2-3 page essay with facts and notes and positive, negative, and we both arguing at the same time about the same topic.
Okay.
And it's the same topic with two different things. So I feel like we should just turn this into a conversation, because
Yeah,
it's not nowhere.
All
I
right.
say the same thing because I don't think because I came here with my pros and cons and my notes and stuff like that, and I came with my history and my facts, and I just don't think everybody know how to debate correctly and present an actual argument. People don't get an argument versus talking, so it's kind of like, eh. So,
All right.
Tony, can stop stressing. We're having a conversation now. Stop
All right.
stressing. Stop growing gray hairs. It's okay. It's okay. I promise.
Dante, you can go first. And then Lene, and then Charles, and Donovan, Santana, Mr. Bonnet, and Naija.
All right, so drinking, like, I would never say like I had, well, I wouldn't say I had, but like I personally saw like for me, like I personally saw my father do it or whatever, and it's like me and him not having the best relationship or whatever. It's like alcohol took over his life, so it was like it's controlled, and I'm like, you're older, but it's like you're giving me that look like, oh, like it's like, don't you know how like when somebody like not like encourage you to do it, but you constantly keep doing it over and over again, and it's like, oh well, I want to try that. Me, I'm not dumb. I know what it is. I'm no, but it's like it's very controlling, and like when you drink, like it's no benefits for your body. It actually shuts down your livers, your lungs. You stop, like your whole body shuts down. So it's like when like, and it makes you look like a negative person, like your personality. It goes down the drain. So it's like as a youth, you drinking, it's not good. No.
Okay, Lene.
So for smoking, I would say I'm still gonna stick to my stick right beside it. Smoking can be beneficial when you're of age and when you have actual great use for it, unless your doctor prescribes it to you at a young age because maybe you have anxiety or you have a mental health, order that, you just need, to zone yourself sometimes.
All right. So before I was cut off and muted, what I was about to say was that smoking when you're young, I don't think you should be smoking when you're young because first of all, you're gonna lose focus of, I think Naeem said something similar in the chat though, but first of all, you're gonna lose focus of what's important, and then you're gonna get a lot of these drugs are addictive, even though you might be like, it's just a little bit of weed. It's not like I'm doing crack or heroin and stuff like that, but a drug is a drug. So alcohol, I believe, is even worse than weed, to be honest, because alcohol gonna mess up your liver. It's gonna I don't know. It's just, I just think it's worse. And smoking, it can be a good thing. Like say maybe my one of my parents just died or something like that, and now I'm feeling down, and it can be given to you as like medicinal. Like I don't know if they do it for kids, but I think I saw something where like they gave a kid an edible or something like that. Like this is from the doctors though, like to deal with anxiety, because anxiety and panic attacks are real things, and it might be like, well, it's still weed, but it's I feel like when you think of weed, it has like a real negative connotation to it because of all the people they kind of think of it as a gateway drug, but I don't really believe that either. I believe that weed can be a lot of people do weed, but just because like I'm doing weed don't mean I'm about to start doing crack the next day. Like um I don't I don't know, because they're both bad in my eyes, but and for terms of the debate, I'm gonna I'm gonna go hard for my side, of course, but now it's not really a debate, it's kind of more of a conversation. But yeah, I feel like they both bad, but in terms of like say like with the Sha'Carri Richardson situation, I understood what she was going through, not what she was going through, but why she did what she was doing because of what she was going through. Like your parents just died, and then you got all this pressure on you from the Olympics. Some girl left the Olympics because she said it was too much. She said running used to be fun for her, and then she just dropped out because it wasn't really fun no more. It was just a whole bunch of pressure. So imagine what Sha'Carri Richardson was going through with the pressure of the Olympics, her mom dying a week before her trial, and all, well, not court trial, it's the track trial, but now time running out. But yeah, so I do understand it from like an anxiety thing, because I knew this girl who used to go have anxiety stuff like that. So yeah, but
All right.
go ahead.
We love you, but we gotta give the mic to Santana.
Okay, so I'm saying drinking is bad because it can cause a whole bunch of especially liver disease if you continue to use it and stuff. And it's like, I don't know, it's like, and people, like when people use it, they may think like it's helping them, but really it's really not, because yeah, it may help, but you still messing up your body from consuming all of this stuff. And then it's like when people drink it, they don't, nine times out of 10 they not looking at the ingredient that is in it. So it's really you poisoning yourself and making yourself sick without you knowing.
Mr. Bonnet?
Me, I mean, smoking can be really beneficial because like smoking can be really beneficial because like sometimes you can have like a big test because I remember my sister or my sister told me this. Like you could have like a big test and she was so nervous that she couldn't really like take the time to study, but like people say like when you smoke it puts you in like a state of calmness or something like that. I don't know. But it's like it could help, like it could calm your nerves down, or it could be like a vibe sometimes. Like that's why people do it with it, like people like smoke with their friends or in groups, because like I guess it's better to smoke in person. But whenever, like basically when smoking, it could create a new type of fun or vibe that's going on, because like I guess like it makes you funnier and stuff like that. But what I'm trying to say in my statement is that like depending on the time you do it, I guess it can help you for like testing stuff, or like just to help you when you're nervous, or if you just want to be like calm and have fun with your friends, I guess.
Okay. Naisha, what do you think? And we gotta, you and then Donovan.
Drinking is bad because like you can it can affect your body, and you can have memory lapse. You can have like slur speech, and like you can like have slow breathing, to be honest. And you can have and one thing else, lack of coordination. So I think drinking is bad because it can really affect your heart. It can damage your heart, to be honest. So I don't think you should be drinking at a young age.
Thanks, Naisha. Donovan?
I think smoking is really bad because, like Ms. Carmen said, young people use it to be cool, and then it gets out of hand. Like they get peer pressured by their friends to just smoke for no reason. And I just want to say it's not worth it because some people actually have hidden medical diseases they aren't aware of, and that can also cause an effect on your heart. It can also cause you to get in accidents, like if you're under the influence while driving. So yeah, it's not worth it.
No, that's good. And I just want to bring some of the comments because y'all can't see them in the comments, but Dante said it's at the block parties with the Hennessy bottles, Casamigo bottles, and just drinking. Why are liquor stores actually letting teens get those drinks? And Donovan agreed. And then Santana said it's because they don't care. They just want the money that they're getting from teens buying it. And Donovan agreed. And then Charles said smoking affects your lungs. And then Dante said it also can give you possible chances of seizures. And Lene wanted to make sure y'all heard these comments because she's like, these are actual arguments for a debate. Miss Joni, are you okay over there? Please say something. Please say something.
Thank y'all so much for coming up here and for having this hard conversation. I just want everybody like to just kind of look at the bigger picture here, aside from the actual topic. Like the bigger picture is that we've seen Donovan come up here multiple times and give value. We've seen Naisha do the same. We've seen Santana do the same. Big 16 do the same, and definitely Mr. Bonnet Man every single time. But I'm going to put this on the heads of the leaders as to why this wasn't as effective as it could have been. Because no matter how much talent you got, if it's under poor leadership, then it's not going to be executed well. So Lene, the activist, Tizzy Tay, this is your fault because this could have definitely been a powerful conversation and something that needs to be talked about. But don't come up here talking about what you thought people knew and people don't do this and people don't do that when y'all are claiming to be the leaders. You take the blame for it, you support your people, and you move on, and you give them space to demonstrate the value that they bring, because we know all these people were strong people, but you had them up here looking less than what we know that they worth because y'all failed to prepare this session the way y'all should have as the leaders.
And I did say it was my fault. Sorry, I was trying to come off mute. But I did say it was my fault, and I do take accountability for that because I was in a group chat and I should have like told them, you know, how an actual debate works, just in case, whether if anyone knew or not, you know, so that way everything could have been running just a little bit more smoothly. But yeah, I do take accountability in that part.
And then on my end, I definitely take accountability as well. Me and Lily, we were supposed to do this yesterday, and we couldn't find nobody, so we had pushed it back to Thursday. Now, since we getting a people that be getting back from you, Ms. Johnny, give us till Wednesday because it was low key just a short notice. I ain't even gonna lie, because I listen when I came in the house yesterday. I went straight to go look for some information. It was like I need to go send Santana this, and it was like I didn't send it to her. So it was like a little short notice, but give us till Wednesday. We definitely gonna got it. So all y'all that's here, come Wednesday for real debate.
No, don't say come Wednesday. Say let's go in the group chat. Let's discuss this.
I'm gonna come.
We gotta discuss it. We gotta do a call. All right.
We gotta go.
It's time for us to go.
Say one thing.
Jules. Who's gonna say their jewel first? Come on, y'all.
Donovan, you can say your jewel first.
Why you had to come yell like that? But I would say risks are worth taking when it's something you want.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna say. Oh, go ahead. All right. I'm gonna say one of my jewels I had posted on my story, but it was like I don't know who needs to hear this, but get back on track, regain your focus, and give the rest of 2021 everything you got.
Being a leader isn't just a title. It's also a promise to the people that's following.
All right, my jewel is get ready so you don't have to be ready. Like
stay ready.
Same thing, different words, but stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Like this debate thing was out of the, but we're gonna get it back together. We're gonna come back for the leaders we also.
Don't
All right.
carry. Oh,
Oh, my
go ahead,
fault.
Joe.
Go ahead, Nigel.
Don't carry your mistakes around with you. Instead, place them under your feet and use them as stepping stones to rise above them.
All right, my jewel is don't let nobody knock you off your horse. You're responsible for your own actions, and yeah, like don't let nobody get you out, knock you off. Do what you gotta do, and you gonna do it. If you put your mind to it, you can get it done. So don't let nobody knock you off your horse, and just do what you gotta do so you can get them goals done. You feel me, shorty?
Okay, am I the last one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Y'all, for the new heartbeats, I'm always last. Okay, cool. So my jewel and my little TED Talk for TED Talk Lene is, do what your heart desires. Do what your heart desires and execute what your brain does. Okay, that's my jewel and that's my TED Talk. Okay, I'm done.
All right. Mine is have the hard conversations and hold yourself accountable because the future is depending on y'all to step up and show out and not have ghetto sessions on the last real session day.
Mr. Mo, don't do this to me tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna be
See
great.
y'all. See y'all.
Bye, y'all. Have a good day.
Bye. Hey, yo. Look, I know, yo. We overdue for our break, y'all. We need our break right now, don't we? Go take your break. I see y'all back here at 11. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Hey yo, I know we had a rough morning, but I hope somebody is having a great day at work today. Y'all, I hope somebody had a good break. Man, thank y'all for hanging in there with us for that first session, yo. But y'all know Miss Simone normally come through, yo. She do. But look, we at my favorite part of the day, y'all, the guest mentor spot. I can't believe tomorrow is the very last one. But yo, we are at my favorite part of today. And y'all, this one is going to be good. This one's going to be good. So I'm excited to bring on our guest mentor, y'all. Let's get him on here right fast. Mr. Adam.
How are you all? How's it going?
What's up? How you doing?
It's good. It's a beautiful Thursday, right? It's a beautiful Thursday. The summer's still going on. We're not back in school yet, so it's all good, right?
Yes, you glowing, Mr. Adam. You glowing like you got the
That's the way
sunshine.
to be, right? There's no reason not to be, right? There's no reason not to be glowing. I mean, there's no reason to be frowning. If you can. Well, I mean, some days you have to be frowning a little bit because then it makes the glowing more real, right?
I love it so much. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to make time for us. Because I know you moving things around, trying to make it work.
I'm very happy to do it. I've heard so many positive, great things about what's going on here. That's just fantastic.
Oh, thank you so much. So Mr. Adam, I'm excited to get to know you too, because I really don't know too much about you except for you just great all around. But
well, you all met my wife because my wife was here yesterday, right? I hopefully that's the thing. So if you were here yesterday, you good morning you all. Yeah. So if you were here yesterday, then you know a little bit about me because you know my partner, you know my wife.
Yes. So we know you gonna be amazing. So Mr. Adam, can you start from the beginning? Like, talk to us about like where you grew up, what was your childhood like who was Adam as a kid?
Right. So I grew up in Cincinnati. So Cincinnati is a good town in the Midwest in Ohio. You know, it's a really good place to be to grow up. People say about Cincinnati, it's a great place to raise a family and to grow up, which means there's not a tremendous amount going on in Cincinnati, but it doesn't change a huge amount. So it's a good area, you know, and I'm a Bengals fan because of that. So I assume there are a lot of Ravens fans here, which is good, right? So if you're a Ravens fan, all the power to you. You've got a better team than we have in Cincinnati. Cincinnati, we managed to lose a lot of games, and the Ravens tend to win them. So that's it. So I grew up there. I was born in Boston, and then we moved to Cincinnati. Then we moved to New Orleans. Then we moved back to Cincinnati. But I lived the vast majority of the time in Cincinnati. So that's where I'm from. A good area. Then I went to college in Atlanta. So
wow.
My family's actually hasn't been to Atlanta. If you've been to Atlanta, we haven't been. Although we'll go there next week. So that my kids will see Atlanta. Atlanta's a good
wow.
town. And then I went to law school in St. Louis. So I went to the Midwest for law school. I went to a school in Atlanta named Emory. I went to school in St. Louis named Washington University in St. Louis, which is probably the most poorly named school because people think it's in Washington, D.C., or they think it's in Washington State. But it's a good school out there in St. Louis, actually named for George Washington, who never went to Missouri. He never actually visited the state. So that's where and then I started to practice immigration law in DC. So I became licensed in DC, and I practiced in DC, and then I moved to California. I got moved out to California to work in-house in Silicon Valley. So I did that, and then I practiced law back in DC and then Baltimore. I had my practice here in Baltimore. I still have that. So I've practiced here for about 20 years doing immigration mostly. And then I went back to school at night to get a master's in special ed. So I actually teach Homeland Security and history in a school named Chesapeake out in Essex. And I also have my law practice in Mount Vernon, based in Mount Vernon. So that's
Oh
kind of
my
a little
God.
run around.
Mr. Adam, your resume is like a whole like book, like
Oh, it's
wow.
completely messed up. It would make no sense on paper. I mean, you're like, okay, I was in DC, and I was working for internet companies, and I went to California, and I started doing immigration for tech companies, and then I know I couldn't make a lot of sense. But there's a lot of things you can do in life that are interesting, right? So they always say that if some people think everything is boring, right? Some people say that, but a lot of times, if everything is boring, then that person might be a little boring, right? Because you can find there's a lot of interesting things that you can do, right? And you can be successful in a very, very wide range of things, right? I mean, that's the the thing to know is that we have views about what track can be successful for people. You do this, if you do, there's certain, you'd be a doctor, you'd be a lawyer. I mean, but the thing is, you can be successful in so many different things, right?
Yeah.
And there are so many different things that you can learn and you can get knowledge in. And learning can be a lifelong thing. And that's really the best thing about, people say, for a lot of times lawyers will say, the reason I wanted to be a lawyer is because, well, some people will just be honest, say I want to make a lot of money, but some people will simply say it's because I love learning, right? And as a lawyer, I always love learning new things. But the thing is, that's totally true, right? That's totally true. Now, my brother-in-law, my sister have car washes. And I've talked to some of my friends who are lawyers, like, oh, well, they can do really well there, but I wouldn't want to do that because you won't learn much. But the thing is, in any business, you can always learn more and more. There's so much stuff you can learn, right? There's so many new things that you can learn, new ways. And that's one of the great things about being a teacher too, because as a teacher, I mean, someone could be a teacher, get a few lesson plans, right? Chosen generation, right? They could get some lesson plans and they could teach for a couple of years. And if they get the same classes, they could honestly kind of keep teaching depending on what they do. See, I also teach U.S. history. U.S. history doesn't change a huge amount. It does recent, but the last 30 years. But someone could just kind of do the same thing. But also as a teacher, and most teachers, they're purposeful. They're trying to improve the situation in the classroom for their kids and for their students. And there's always more stuff that you can learn as a teacher. There's always more things that you could, strategies and skills and certifications and, areas of learning and knowledge. I mean, one of the great things about special ed is there are so many different areas that are tied to special ed. As far as specialized information and things. So I love learning. And that's one thing I'd recommend to you. Whatever you can do, you can learn anything. In any area, you can keep learning whatever it is you want to do.
So, like, did you always know that this is where you wanted to land? Like when you were coming up in like middle school and high school?
In Baltimore?
Well, I mean, like, no, not necessarily like in Baltimore.
I knew what you meant. I just
we going to get to how you got to Baltimore. But like, was it just always a known fact that you were going to college and that you were going to go to law school and you were going to do all these great things? Or did you how did you find your way to that?
Well, so some people go to law school, right? Because and unfortunately, I read this just yesterday, or it might have been 2 days ago. It was literally within 2 or 3 days ago, about people who are who a lot of areas are having this situation because of COVID, that some people go to law school because they can't think of anything else to do. Like literally because law school, unlike other areas, someone go to law school with practically any undergraduate degree. So there are people who will go to law school simply because they were like, okay, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. And based upon that, I knew that this would be something, this would give me time to decide it, plus an added degree. I always wanted to be a lawyer, though. I didn't necessarily always want to practice law. So when you see TV shows on law, the lawyers are in the courtroom and they're arguing in court, and it's actually only a small percentage of lawyers that ever even go to court.
Wow.
So that's a lot of times lawyers are working in offices and doing paper and things. For immigration, I can go to immigration court, and I can go to hearings, and I can go to naturalization and asylum hearings. There's a wide range of things that I can do, but it is still possible to even practice immigration and not really go to many hearings. But it is still, law school was something I always kind of wanted to do. And if you have a goal, though, for a specific goal of grad school or something like that, as far as that you want to get to, it means that you really do have a long path, right? Mm-hmm. But what I would say is, what I did after law school, I had no idea that's what I was going to do. Okay, so what I really wanted to do was write. So I was interested when I say to people, what do you want to do after law school? I said, well, I want to be an author. I want to write. I didn't really think about, what's a specific area of law that I wanted to practice, or what as far as what I wanted to do. And so out of law school, I worked for tech companies, and I did more business development. And then I moved to California. So you guys, you can't even, this is so way beyond your time. I'm 47, so I'm old. Okay, kids. And the thing is, in the late 90s, there was this big bubble of internet companies and tech companies, and everybody, and some of them still exist, have done incredibly well, like Amazon and Google. But there were things like pets.com, and there were companies, there were all these companies that just came up that people thought were going to be really big, and they didn't have any business model whatsoever. So when I was in California, I worked for a company that dealt with the Silicon Valley and Asian technology markets. They sold semiconductors between these markets, and they were trying to build connections between these markets. And so myself and just a couple other individuals were Caucasian, and everybody else in the company was Asian, and the vast majority of them of employees were immigrants. I would say that I was only one of 3 non-immigrants in the company. So when the tech market kind of crashed, they started to have immigration problems. So I started to learn immigration based upon a need at work, and then I just decided I could do it more out here. But so it wasn't even a thought of mine in law school. I actually never took immigration in law school. Wow. Because it wasn't something I was thinking of doing. I mean, I didn't have, and so it was just, your paths that you choose, they can be a straight line, or they can be a lot of different curves, right? Just kind of having a goal of moving forward, whatever that may be. There's a wide range of ways you can move forward.
Wow. So are you working like heavily with like the stuff that's going on with like the Dreamers Act and stuff like that?
So as far as the Dreamers and things, a lot of times the Dreamers are because they've already applied. I mean, unfortunately with the Supreme Court rule, depending on, so I hate to talk politics. But the thing about immigration is it's so tied to politics. So some areas of law have no political tie-in whatsoever. I mean, they just don't. Personal injury has nothing to do with politics. Divorce has nothing really to do with politics. I mean, there's so many areas of law that have nothing to do with politics, but immigration is so tied to politics. And because of the Supreme Court rule, that doesn't allow for new people to apply into the Dreamers program to qualify under that. A lot of the only individuals that are able to do it are individuals that have already gotten information in. So when the Dreamers rules came about, I had clients that were initially trying to apply. So getting the initial approval was really the hard part. And then once people got approved, it's just simply submitting a paperwork in, that's fairly automatic. A lot of times I would always say immigration, it's kind of like, as an immigration attorney, it's kind of like being a accountant. right?
Mm.
So everybody has an accountant for immigrants. So everybody has to file taxes, right? Some people still don't do it, but they're supposed to. And sometimes people will hire an accountant to do their taxes, and sometimes they won't. Businesses usually do, but some individuals do. And immigration is supposed to be, in theory, it was created so that an immigrant could do it on their own, that an immigrant could literally any aspect of the process could do on their own. That ain't how it is at all. And in fact, there's an application, just a simple marriage-based green card. This was an application that when I started to practice immigration law was a total of 12 pages of forms. Exact same processes with a result. In other words, it's not like people are applying for different things today. That same application, the government forms are 108 pages long. So, and it's the same type. People are going for the same form numbers. It's just they've gotten so much longer and more involved. So that because of that, a lot more people are having to need lawyers, and then also processing times have really slowed down.
Wow.
I think that's so a lot of people get stuck in the process is what it comes down to.
Wow. Oh my gosh. So, Mr. Adam, you've moved around so much. How did you land in Baltimore? Like, of all the cool places you've been.
Well, so I was, when I out of law school. Okay, so people. One question that sometimes people wonder is who are in law school. So one thing law students wonder, no one else would wonder this, but law students wonder it, is when is someone a lawyer? Okay. And then also, what is the difference between a lawyer and an attorney? Right? Because they're two terms. And really, law students talk about this all the time because they're always wondering about it, because they're kind of like, when am I a lawyer? When am I attorney? And people, they kind of make up stuff. I mean, but what it comes down to is some people say, and I say, you graduate from law school, you're a lawyer and you're an attorney. But other law students will say, well, if you graduate from law school, you're an lawyer. And if you pass the bar, then you're an attorney. Okay. But at the end of the day, not everybody takes the bar. And Wisconsin is one state where people graduate from law school and they immediately become a member of the Wisconsin bar, because a lot of people go from Wisconsin to Chicago. So they try to keep lawyers there. But I looked at it as I went back to Missouri for law school because I thought I might go back to practice in Ohio. Okay. So I thought, after law school, and I was at Emory, people in Cincinnati didn't, because it was further away, they wouldn't know it as well as WashU, which was in St. Louis. But when I graduated from law school, I was still single. Cincinnati it's a great place to raise a family. It's not a good place to try to put one together. Okay? Right, so that's it. Right, so unless someone is from, if you're from there, because you end up knowing a lot, it really isn't. It's not the best place to, and so I looked at it as I really love DC. I'd spent summers working in DC and like interning on the Hill and stuff like that. So I went to DC, but people don't take the DC bar. I mean, I guess you could. I mean, but generally Washington DC, because people from all over the United States may have a need to have a case in DC. They may need the federal court. Washington DC has the most lenient rules for waiving into it. So in other words, being a member of one bar, if you get a certain score, you can automatically get into DC, because they want to make it so that people from all over the country can use the DC bar. So when I came out here, I lived in DC, but I took the Maryland bar. People will usually either take Maryland or Virginia for that reason. And so I took the Maryland bar, and then I waived into DC. But so I was already licensed in Maryland. And when I came back here from California, I had my practice in DC, but it was very expensive to start a law firm in DC. Okay. So now there are more immigrants in DC than in Baltimore, but there were also more immigration lawyers. So I moved out here, and at that time, there were only 12 immigration lawyers about in Baltimore. So there weren't as many immigrants, but because of Hopkins, because of the University of Maryland, because of Coppin, Towson, all the universities, there are a lot of immigrants. And then there's still, Baltimore really is a city of immigrant areas. I mean, there were more immigrants in Baltimore by far than the number of lawyers compared to DC, which had a lot of immigrants, but had a lot more lawyers. Now, over 150 people in Baltimore practice immigration as a portion of their practice, at least.
Wow.
So the numbers has greatly increased as to the number of people who do immigration law. But when I came here, it was very, very few people that were actually doing it here. I got here. I came here with the intention that I was going to leave. Mm-hmm. So I came here. I put down something on a condo that was going to be built. I figured when it was built, I'd move back to DC. And in that time, I met my now wife, and she might have said yesterday she probably didn't intend to stay here afterwards either. So when she came here, because she was at Hopkins at the time, getting her PhD. So and then we just stayed, and we really love it here.
Wow.
But it was a place, I always would say, I didn't intend to, when I was in DC, I would never move to Baltimore. I would say that. And I'd say that, but I'd say that because it's not that different in size from Cincinnati. Also, a lot of what you hear for Baltimore, like where'd you go to high school or where'd you go? Those are the same questions people ask in Cincinnati. Okay.
Oh.
We have, I always wanted to live in a city that had a baseball team, and I always have, really. And we have baseball, football here. We have baseball and football in Cincinnati. So there are a lot of things that I love about Baltimore, but I had them in Cincinnati. So I always say I probably wouldn't move to Baltimore from DC because I'd probably just move back to Cincinnati. But because of that, I think this is also a great place to grow up, to raise a family and things like that. And I now have, my mom says, you would probably find Cincinnati boring because there isn't as much in Cincinnati as there is in Baltimore. Baltimore has all these little unique areas and neighborhoods and has great museums. It has so much to do. It's very walkable. It really, there's really a lot here.
Were you ever turned off by like some of the negative stuff that is portrayed in Baltimore, like our violence, the murder rate, stuff like that? Like, was that ever a thought when you were thinking about whether or not you should settle into Baltimore?
No, I mean, well, I think that a lot of times when it comes to those negative things, or the things that are really, a lot of times there's a focus on the negative things and makes it seem like those things are more a part of really the way of life and culture of the city than they really are. I mean, meaning, the Washington, D.C., I would say that I wouldn't go, I kind of can go around saying this, but when I was in the summer in D.C., one summer I was in Georgetown, right? So I spent a summer in Georgetown. And Georgetown is a beautiful, expensive area in DC, lovely old homes. A lot of times, there's a lot of old money in Georgetown. And I felt less safe in Georgetown than I'd felt in any place I'd ever been in.
Wow.
And I've been to law school in St. Louis. I live in Atlanta, because the thing about Georgetown is it's not well lit. There's bars on the main street which are far from the university, so there's students walking in small numbers late at night up and down the street, and they have a crime problem at Georgetown that they don't really publicize. So because in Baltimore, I wasn't really turned off by I think that Baltimore has a lot of challenges, right? But people really work hard to work through those challenges. And there's something that's incredible about having a struggle and having a challenge and still trying to improve. And I see that in Baltimore. I mean, I've always seen that in Baltimore. I see that the school I work at. I mean, the school I work at has a lot of challenges. And the students face a lot of challenges over Over 60% of our students are on free and reduced lunches. Over 50% of our students are African American at Chesapeake High School. And there's a lot of challenges that students at Chesapeake face, and that people in Baltimore face. But it's really, it's powerful, and it's great to watch and to see, you know, those challenges that people work through. So I haven't been really turned off by, you know, really the bad things that people say all exist through in Baltimore, because I think there are so many great things, and even a lot of the things that are really negative. I mean, as far as like more of the smaller street crime and things like that, people are in very bad situations that are very, very tough situations that they're trying, you know, and an individual has to eat. If an individual's addicted, they have to, you know, it's not a conscious choice as far as, you know, what to do for drugs and things like that. So, you know, there's a lot there that I think simply saying, well, you know, there's a murder rate and a crime, you know, doesn't really show.
Yeah, absolutely. And how did you find your way into a high school, like lawyer, doing all these great things, and in a high school? Like, how did that happen?
Well, so I always love. Isn't it great? I mean, you're a teacher, you're an educator. Isn't being an educator great? Right? Isn't it great being an educator? Right?
I mean, you know what? I never considered myself an educator.
Oh, you're totally an educator. That's why you have so many people actively. I mean, first of all, you have so many people actively engaged in this chat. That's fantastic. I mean, you know, and that shows that educators come in a wide range. You know, there's a wide range. You don't have to be specifically right in a classroom all the time. You know, but I always wanted to be a teacher, right? I always liked the idea. I love school. I'm teacher. I had some great teachers, and I had some teachers that honestly weren't as hot, right? And so, and the teachers that were great made things so much better. And I was fortunate that I had many more teachers that were really good than some that weren't as good. But you know, I did have, you know, both sides. So, and then also my daughter learns differently, right? So my daughter learns differently, and I was interested. So I originally went back for special ed, and I was interested in kind of figuring out how she learned. So it was something that I was always interested, something I thought about doing for years, honestly. I live very close to Towson. Okay, so I live very close to the university. So it was also very easy relatively for me to do. So the program that I did was specifically for people who are working. So all the classes, the earliest the classes were at 4:00 in the afternoon. So I could still go to my law firm, you know, during the day. Now, one thing, when you're self-employed, especially like as a lawyer, my clients don't know. If my client has a consultation at 2:00, doesn't mean they're going to show up at 2:00. They may show up. There's a possibility they'll show up at 1:30, but there's a bigger chance they'll show up at 2:30. Right? And that's just sort of how it is, right? So I had to schedule, even if I had a class at 4:00, I couldn't schedule something at, you know, really much later than 1:00, because I knew that, you know, someone could show up late. And then the other thing is, my clients, so different areas of law are funded. Lawyers make money differently. Like you'll see on TV, personal injury lawyers, we only collect if you get paid. Well, if you get a settlement. Well, a personal injury lawyer who knows, and you know, can figure out in 10 minutes whether the person's going to get money, right? I mean, they can figure that out because, you know, especially if it's a car accident, it's easy to figure out who was at fault. And if there's insurance, you can figure that out pretty quickly. So you kind of know whether there's going to be a settlement right off the bat. In divorce, you know, people don't charge for consultations because people only go to a divorce lawyer if they're about to get divorced or if there's something. But immigration, people charge for consultations, right? Because you just simply, because otherwise, because people may just want to know what their situation is. They may be thinking of that, you know. So, you know, I would. It's a volume-based law, but it's not a huge volume-based law because you are getting, you know, fees in all stages of the process. But so I would schedule stuff more for like 11 or 12 or 1 or something like that, and I'd work on cases, you know, up until I would leave for my classes and things like that. So I could do it And also, I was really lucky that my wife was very flexible, and my wife did more and more work with our kids. Because there were times where I'd be in class till 8 or 9 at night and things like that.
Yeah, that is awesome. Mr. Adam, what was the toughest thing, like in terms of challenges that you had to face, like as you were trying to get through law school and get your credentials to actually start a firm?
Well, so when it comes to law school, from everything I've heard and everything I know, medical school is extremely tough for the whole time. And you hear this, but you probably heard, if you're interested in law school, you probably heard this. And it is true. Law school is really, really rough, awful the first year. Really the first year and a half. And then after the first year and a half, the second semester and the second year is relatively easier. And the third year is much so. And that's the case across the board. And the reason is because at the first year, you're only taking required courses, right? So you're only taking, you have to, there's really very little time to focus on anything. You have to take the same courses that every law student practically in the country is taking that first year of law school. And even in the first semester of the second year, it's a kind of, it's not required courses, but it's still, most people will take a corporations class. Most people will take an administration of law class, right? So there's still certain classes that, you're not really taking more ones that you're necessarily interested in, or ones that are more, by the second semester of your second year and your third year in law school, you can take classes that are more seminar based, that may not have 80 students in the class. They may only have like 10 or 12 or something like that. And it may be more based on writing papers as opposed to one grade at the end. So one thing about law school, and some of you, if you're interested, you might know this, your grade is one grade. So it's really just one final test at the end. That's your grade for the class. And especially your first year. But after you get more specialized classes, you may have a paper that you work on that your teacher may give some form of comments on ongoing and things like that. So for me, one also, as far as those setting up a firm, one of the big draws for immigration is it didn't have a very high amount of money that has to be put into it to start. So especially when I started doing, not as many people were doing it. When I started practicing immigration, all you really had to do was pay for a website and maybe a couple of books or something. Now there's all the software, and I mean, obviously you'd still have to pay for maybe insurance or things like that, but it was much less expensive to have an immigration firm. A firm there, when people sell real estate, there's usually a lawyer that does a title search. It's something to make sure that the person actually owns it. That's an extremely expensive area of law to start a firm in, because you have to pay for all this software that has access to all these government documents. And then you also have to pay insurance, because that can be really, really high, because it's easy to screw up. Like I had a friend who bought a property. The lawyer wrote the wrong address by simply one number. But maybe it was 1218 and they wrote 1214 on their title documents. Oh my gosh, that made such a massive mess up. So that's an expensive area of law. An extremely expensive, the most expensive area of law probably is medical malpractice, right? Because those cases, they have to hire doctors, they have to pay nurses, to go through this stuff. The cases take a very long time. They're going against doctors. They're going against nurses who have hospitals. They have lawyers on retainer. So those cases, usually the lawyers have to, shell out very large amounts of money for the litigation before they ever recover. So that's a very expensive. Immigration, it was not in personal injury. There are a lot of personal injury attorneys, because that's not an expensive area to start a firm at all. In fact, that there are very, very few expenses to initially start a personal injury firm. So different areas of law can be more expensive to start out, just like any other area of business. Some businesses require a lot more capital. You have to maybe pay for a gigantic store and things, other things that people can do out of their home. So there's a wide range of the expenses for a firm. And that makes a big difference. So that was a good question, because it's something that the finances are something that really need to be considered. How much does it actually cost to run a business?
Absolutely. So like, if somebody is thinking about being in law, not necessarily maybe being a lawyer, what other type of careers can people have just in the world of law?
So one thing about law is that I think a legal background equates to so many different areas, right? I really think it does. I mean, my dad went to law school and dropped out because he was going to flunk out. He was immediately going to flunk out. And he went to work for Procter and Gamble and ended up doing better than most lawyers do. And he would say, I mean, they paid for his MBA. They would say that he would say that the year that he still had in law school still had value, because one thing that I do as an immigration lawyer is I try to help reduce risk. Okay. And reducing risk is important in a wide range of things. But I would say that in business, most business people do not think a law degree necessarily equates to a lot of areas of business, because people get a little bit scared about the idea of a licensed attorney. They think of, what can this person, what can this person do? What is this person, but the training for it really does equate to a lot of different things, because it gives you a way of thinking, in a way of thinking of what is the risk of doing something, what is the risk of this of this possibility, what are the possible issues that can come about. And a lot of times in business or in a wide range of scenarios, in the classroom, in schools and things, risks are taken that end up really hurting someone kicking someone in the butt, for a lack of terminology, down the road. And as a lawyer, you're kind of, you kind of have a you think about, you learn to think of the chess game of how can this action, what are the possible results of this action down the road after this occurs and this occurs and this occurs. It's kind of, in that way of thinking. So one thing that I might be interested in doing as a teacher is going into an administration down the road. Okay, that might be something I might be interested in doing. I'm not saying that's what I'm interested in doing. I'm saying that theoretically that might be something I'm interested in doing. So, I teach for a few years, and then and having a law background in a school environment has a tremendous value, even if someone didn't practice. I mean, one area for people who take administrative classes in the school district, they have to take a law class. They have to learn about different issues for when can they look in someone's locker? When can they look in someone's, what if, what can they do for suspensions? What can they do for expulsions? What can they do for a situation where one person says this, another person says that, and there may have been a criminal issue? When is it a school issue? When is it a police issue? In all of these legal issues, a law degree helps in all these different things. So a law degree can help in a wide range of things. And I have friends who, a lot of people, as I said, that don't even take the bar. I mean, I have friends who are investment bankers who went to law school with me. I have friends who are real estate brokers who went to law school with me, because there's a lot. It really looks good on paper, and it causes, and again, it is a way of thinking. It's a way of thinking that has benefit to a lot of areas in life.
That's amazing. So people can have careers in like administration, think like law clerks might be a term or something. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And people that work alongside lawyers.
Right. So, well, a law clerk, right, would be a lot of times when people think of a law clerk would usually be somebody who might still want to practice law.
Oh.
But maybe what they would do out of law school is they would go what's called be a law clerk for a judge. Like maybe, it could be a local judge, but usually, people want a higher level of judge, maybe either a Maryland State Court of Appeals, which is actually the highest level of court. We don't have a Supreme Court. We have a Court of Appeals in Maryland, which is our highest court, or maybe it would be a federal judge, an appeals court, or a Supreme Court clerk, because what they're really doing, the judges aren't working long hours. The judges are kind of making their own opinions, but the clerks are usually, those clerks are working 80, 90 hours plus a week, but they're doing something because on paper they want to then get a job in a private firm that can pay them a real lot of money. There are people I know who, and this kind of sticks with what you mentioned, who might not practice law, but they're working with business development, or they're working with contracts, right? So when someone's doing, contracts are obviously, every business needs contracts. Every time someone has a lease, they need a contract. They buy real estate, a contract, and especially the people that are dealing with government contracts. These are contracts that can be changed based upon the individual, the need, and things like that. So that's kind of a gray area as to whether those individuals are practicing law, because you can draft a contract, obviously, and not be a lawyer, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you are taking some legal responsibility for it, right? And you are people who are doing that. And so that's an area specifically that people can use a degree for law firm. There is a movement in law schools, especially law schools that might not be in the top 50 or things like that, to focus on career possibilities for individuals that aren't specifically practicing law.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have a friend who out of law school, he really wasn't able to get a job in a firm. I mean, he wasn't able to do it, but he ended up getting a job, again, doing contracts, and he got a job doing contracts. Originally, it was over at Fort Meade. So it was kind of government contracts, and then he got promoted, and then he got moved to doing contracts at Aberdeen Proving Ground, and now he works for Lockheed Martin. He does very well, and he's largely doing contracts, but it's a gray area as to whether or not he's practicing law. But those are areas that there are a decent number of areas that are legal related. That's what that area is called, legal related, that aren't necessarily practicing law. The lawyers can do those things as well.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Adam. This was an amazing conversation.
I gotta ask you, have been so engaged in the chat too. That's very cool. Very cool.
Oh, them heartbeats show up. I just got one.
They're showing a lot. They're showing a lot of engagement, which is fantastic. That's excellent. Yeah, no, thank you for this opportunity. It was great sharing.
Of course. I got one final question. Need a 30-second answer, and that is, if you had to leave us with one jewel, what would it be?
And it's something that I mentioned before, and that is that thank you, Donovan, that you can be successful in a wide range of things, right? I mean, there's no specific, and life can involve different paths, and you can be successful in multiple paths, and gaining knowledge is something that you can do through your whole life. So try to keep learning, try to keep gaining knowledge, and whatever you do, you'll be successful in. So, and again, you can be successful in so many different areas too. So thank you. You guys have great futures ahead of you. That's fantastic.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. Adam. We're going to stay connected. We're going to keep in touch. But thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Enjoy your Thursday. Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Bye. Thank you.
Y'all, wasn't Mr. Adam amazing, y'all? I told y'all, start getting into some of that law stuff. Start researching some of that legal stuff, even if you don't necessarily want to be a lawyer, like a lot of stuff that he said, yo, can definitely lead to some amazing careers, y'all, with that legal related. So, all right, y'all, go ahead and take your break, though. I'll see you back here at 12 o'clock. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I hope somebody had a great break, y'all. I hope somebody's having a great day at work today. Yo, put the brakes on it. We can't take no more steps. Y'all know how we do at 12 o'clock, y'all. We got to get our favor here, yo. Miss Money Mo.
Hi. How are you doing?
What's up, Miss Money Mo?
Good.
No, hey, don't be trying to flex your little manicure. Hey, yo.
I'm not flexing no man. Stop flexing this. What is this? We don't care.
We got one more time to bring you on 12 o'clock.
I know.
One more time, yo. You got 12 o'clock one more time, yo.
Okay, but listen. Y'all, you should have seen how she sent us the link this morning.
You need to call
early She was on here singing this morning. That's how she sent the email this morning, talking about it's so hard to say goodbye. I'm upset. I'm about to start singing like Miss Simone. What was she singing? And I am telling you.
No, you don't want no parts of Miss Simone's session this morning. Trust.
I didn't see it. Let me tell you.
I wish I could unsee it.
They what?
I wish I could unsee it.
You know what? It's okay. You don't have to tell me what happened. All I know is I logged in at like blink twice if I need help. Yes, I do. Yes, I get the blink twice.
A mess.
But no, all I know is I logged in, of course, for the good mornings and all of that. I was there for a little bit of that. Then I came back at the end. It was a bunch of people on the screen. So I was like, okay. And then she said somebody's Jewel was like, don't have a ghetto session or something. And I was like, oh, what? It's okay.
This is I can wrap it up and say this. The lesson for this morning was like the impact of poor leadership. You know how I be telling you all the time, like the person can have talent. You can have good people on the team. But if the leadership ain't right, then the people on the team, they going to look like they don't know what they're doing. So that's basically kind of what it was, yo. That's what it was. That wasn't what it was supposed to be, but that's what it ended up being. A lesson for us, showing us what poor leadership looked like.
Okay. All right. Well, it's okay, y'all. Because y'all, listen, Mr. Mosach is always tight. So I don't know.
Today.
Okay, but it's always tight.
You right, yo. She got one out of how many? Hundreds?
Exactly. And I got all of them. So it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. It's how it goes, okay? It's how it goes, y'all. I hope that you learned something. How was the guest mentor session? I saw the beginning. I did not see the rest of it, but I know his background, so I know it was interesting.
Yeah, I didn't even know Mr. Adam had all that going on, but like, yes, like this man used to work in Silicon Valley. It don't get no richer than that, dude.
Yeah, no. It
don't get no richer than that. But like he's been around and like just his journey and everything. Like I would definitely be interested in talking with him more. Like with everybody, we don't have enough time, but with him, we especially didn't have enough time because we didn't even really get to go like deep into stuff. We just kind of stayed on surface because it was just so much. But just him being a lawyer and showing us like kind of what that world looks like and some of the potential, like even if you don't want to be a lawyer, some of the stuff that you can get into, like it was just very interesting.
Okay, listen, that sounds good. Oh, that was like the last. Okay, it's okay. Never mind.
It was the last, like, because I don't really count Miss Stephanie Culture Hour as a guest.
Yeah, it's his own section. Yeah.
So, but yeah, technically that's like the last one.
It's okay. Let's move past it. Just bring one.
How do I?
Please, no, we don't need that. Leave that away. No, hold on. YouTube, shut us down. Cut that off.
Don't do that. We gone, yo. One more session.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well let them.
Come back. Neon say.
Hold on.
Hi, everybody.
Naija.
Yes.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. How you here right now? you had the link from this morning?
Yup.
Oh, you ain't know they was coming?
I knew Antonio was coming. I didn't know Naija was coming, and the person I thought was coming is not here right now. So I don't know what's happening.
I'm sorry, Miss Moneymo.
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Earlier this morning is not the way to go.
It really wasn't. Mm-mm.
What happened? Okay, maybe I should just go watch it because I don't believe that it was a
bad.
mess.
It was a mess. It was a ghetto session.
Cause like usually y'all know like y'all know whenever I'm on here, I'm always so like even if I don't know the topic, I come well informed. Like I know like I could give y'all paragraphs like that. I got on earlier this morning. I was so confident. I was like, I got this. I'm finna make Miss Joni and Miss Simone proud of me. I get on there and then I'm like, I felt so like I don't want to say dumb, but I felt so ignorant because like I didn't come with the information that I said I was gonna come with. So I kind of felt like I don't know what the word is, but I didn't feel like myself doing it.
It was just all over the place. Like it wasn't. Yeah, like what Carmen said, it wasn't organized. It wasn't.
Okay.
Hey,
Well,
Kayla.
hey, Kayla. Hey. Thank you, Kayla, for coming. Listen, y'all, this is supposed to be Kayla's session. I told her, I said, now you know how Antonio is. Antonio will ask me for the link, 15 minutes before the session, won't know the topic, won't know nothing. He just want to be on the session. And she was like, you know, that's fine. But then when Naija popped, I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. So Kayla, we got some company, but
it's okay.
Okay, yeah, she was fine. She was like, yeah, it's fine if people come. It's fine if people come. All right, y'all. I'm gonna pray about this morning session because I don't really believe that it was. I mean, I believe it, but I want to see. I want to see for myself what happened. I just want to see what happened. But all right, let's do our opening question.
All right.
It's not too crazy, y'all. It's not too crazy. I know I had some crazy ones. It's not that bad. Would you rather live in the ocean or on the moon or just on any planet in space?
Does it have to be a real planet?
Yes. Yes, it does. The ocean, the real ocean or the real space?
Ocean.
Why? Oh, you have to say and why. And why, sorry. I messed you up. I'm sorry.
The ocean. I want to live in the ocean because you know, I want to be like the first young black African American to make to make a water world, like literally a colony in the water, and then that way, when after I make that and I come back up to sea, they can call me the real Aquaman.
I just cannot.
All right, fine. That's fine. Thank you, Antonio. Whoever wants to go next.
I can.
Go ahead, Kate.
I would do
the last one.
I would do space.
Okay.
Because one, I can't swim.
Okay.
And two, I heard this thing. If you go to space, you I think you get shorter or slimmer or something like that. If you stay in space or something like that.
Might be changing my answer.
I think that is true. You lose body mass or something.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know. Yeah. I don't know if that's huh?
I could use that, but I like the fact how Miss Jody said she had to change her answer.
Because she's looking it up. She's looking it up. That's what she do. She's looking it up to see if that's what she want to do. That's why. All right. Thank you, Kayla. Naija, we'll give Miss Jody some time to think about her answer.
All right. I think I gotta choose one.
Yes, it's what would you
do live on the ocean, then when I'm done want to live in the ocean, we'll go to the moon. I can't do that.
No, you gotta live in the ocean or in the ocean, not on the ocean. We're not living on a boat. In the ocean or in space. Let's say you could breathe underwater.
I'll say the moon because I can swim, but I don't want to. I don't want to. No, I just no. Okay, so the moon because I don't know it just seemed cool up there, and I like this. I like the stars, and like how
And the
Caleb
moon got
said,
no gravity.
yeah. So that's why I live on the moon.
All right. Okay. That's fine. Miss Jody.
I'm gonna say the ocean, and the only reason I'm not switching is because I don't like the explanation as to the weight loss in space. I mean, I could do that on my own.
She's
Okay.
gonna join Atlantis with me.
No, baby. I'm going to be on the boat.
I just said you
She
can't
said
be
no
on the
boat.
It's in
Oh,
the
shit.
ocean.
You like
It's-
you breathing out. You know how like SpongeBob is. That's how you want me.
I don't want to be
Let me get my
Aquaman
man.
enough.
Let me get my
All
man.
right, take me to space. Take me to space. I don't want to be Aquaman enough.
Yeah, no, we're not living. If we were living on a boat, I would have stayed on the boat. No shit, living in the ocean. Okay, fine. So you in space. You in space.
I'm in space.
That's fine. Let me see. Jules said, I say the moon, it seems chill. Yeah, it don't seem like there's a lot going on up there. So listen, I get it. Oh, Donovan, I'm sorry. I don't know if you need the question again, but the question is, would you rather live in the ocean or on the moon? Or like in space, actually, is what I changed it to. Lost Bubble said, I say the moon because I want to be alone. Okay. Taylor said the moon because I love stars and astrology. Okay, listen, I get that. I can definitely get that. And for me, I would rather definitely I'm picking the ocean. Space, nah. I'd rather just look at it from afar. I don't want to be in it. I don't want to be amongst it. I would definitely live in the ocean. So I'm gonna get Donovan's answer. He said space because there are undiscovered things in the ocean. There are undiscovered things in space too. You never know when what's the thing? I don't know what it's called. Meteor.
Meteors.
One of the things, yeah, when they come by and they like crash into you. I don't know if that's actually what happens. Don't listen to me. I don't know if that actually is what
But in
happens.
the
But you
ocean,
never
they
know.
be hunting.
What you say?
They be hunting in the ocean.
That's
People
true.
be fishing. All that.
Oh.
And they, them little
You got a
divers
more
that-
high chance of dying. Or a shark might get you.
That's true. Okay.
They better not come from my animal friends. Like,
Well, I'm okay. I'm gonna go visit Antonio so I can get some knowledge about the sharks and all of that and live amongst. I want to live in an underwater hotel. How does that work? Can that work? I'm gonna do that.
so you're saying you want to live in Aquaman City?
I don't want to live. I said I'm gonna come see you. I said I don't want to
Oh
live.
my gosh,
I'm gonna
y'all
come,
are
I'm gonna come
deep.
visit. I'm not living in nothing. I'm gonna come visit.
Lost
Okay.
And now they got the weird looking mermaid things that eat people.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Honestly, no, hold on. Quick little thing. I saw this lady. I don't know what she was talking about, but she was on TikTok and she was talking about like there's mermaids. I don't know if I believe her, but she has a whole series about mermaids. All I'm saying is, y'all just look up where you get your information from, please. Look for a primary source and a secondary source and a tertiary source. Look for a lot of sources, then back up what you doing because listen, I have no idea. All right, Kayla, this is your second session, so go ahead and reintroduce yourself and tell us what we're going to talk about today.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kayla. I'm in the 11th grade. I go to Randallstown High, and I own my own business.
Yes, sir. What's that business? What you sell?
I sell handmade body scrubs, handmade lip gloss, headbands, clothing items, scrunchie, bracelets, earrings, etc.
Okay. And how do people buy stuff from you? How do people get in
I
contact?
put in the chat, but I have an Instagram.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right, cool. Thank you, Kayla. What are we talking about today? I'm sorry you have your unexpected guest, but everybody gonna be talking about it.
It's okay. The more the merrier.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so today's topic is like the criminal and justice system. I want to talk about that. So, I wrote down some questions. So my first question for y'all is, how do you feel about the injustice system, the criminal?
All right. And whoever wants to go is fine.
How do we feel about the justice system, like the police and stuff?
Yeah.
You know what? I'd rather not voice my opinion on this one because I don't want to get too serious. Never.
Well, then you
I
gotta
feel
get off.
all right, cause like I don't. All right, you know what? I'm a speak on it, but I'm gonna stay away from the George Floyd part because that really ticks me off. But I mean, cause I respect the fact that I respect the fact that they're doing their job and like they have to enforce put the law because without law without abiding by the law people would just be like we wouldn't be as organized as we are. But it's like I feel like in my opinion I feel like before they resort to violence and then they be doing all this extra stuff when they trying to ID you. Like I don't want to say it 'cause I don't know if I can say that stuff on YouTube, but when they try and ID you, things start to escalate. Or when they when you deny to get out the car, they start using force and stuff like that. I don't really like that because I feel like that's I know you're trained to do what you have to do, but I feel like you should be able to be more considerate sometimes, depending on the situation. But in all in my opinion, I just feel like I just feel like it could be a lot more smoother than what we're dealing with now. Because what we're dealing with now is not the ideal of what we should have to live in through a day-to-day basis.
You're right. Anybody else?
Naisha, we can't hear you. Oh man.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hey.
Okay.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I feel like the justice system is broken. I know they're supposed to be. Sometimes they do their job, and sometimes they overdo their job. And I just feel as though they're not doing what they said they were supposed to. Especially towards black people. It's just broken.
Okay. Kayla, did you want to give your thoughts now, or did you want Miss Johnny to go first?
Miss Johnny can go first.
I mean, I just be sick over the whole thing because to me, just looking at it, it seems like the system just disproportionately impacts Black people negatively, just overall.
Yeah, I mean, I probably feel the same kind of way as everybody kind of already communicated. And I've been really distraught and angry about just kind of the coverage, particularly with the media, and of course the actual things that are happening to people. I think that a lot of times we forget that the same blood is running through all of our we have the same functions, we have the same kind of thing, we respond to the same things, and I feel like people forget that it's other human beings. I think people still have that mentality that Black and brown people are animalistic and savage and wild and all this other stuff. Meanwhile, we have the same on a basic level, DNA in itself is identical only down to a few things. So it's just a weird concept to me that you can look at another person and just be like, oh, you're lesser than, and think to like kill, shoot, steal, plant, because it's a lot of officers out here who are planting things on people and saying that they had things that they don't. Like, just it's a bunch of confusion, and it's a bunch of just, it's depressing. Honestly, it's heavy and it's depressing on how people process it.
I feel like the system, I definitely feel like it's broken. Like, and at this point, I'm feeling like it can't be fixed because, like, how long has this been going on? And it's just like, I feel like these officers, they take the job, they go through training and everything. Like, you're supposed to be here to help protect us, but you're like our biggest enemy. And
Right.
that just don't sit right with me. Like, what is the point of signing up for the job if you're not going to do the job? You know, when you sign up for the job that you're risking your life. So you can't use that as an excuse to be like, I was scared that they were going to, like, you signed up for this. So then when you turn out and you was wrong and that person wasn't even going to harm you, you look crazy. But that's how I feel about it.
Yeah. And I also like, I mean, everybody, I think, well, not everybody, but I think a lot of people are becoming more knowledgeable around like the historical factors too. Like, I mean, the way that, you know, a lot of Black and brown people came to this country, because the way that America handles, like, especially when it comes to like jails and like funding for jails and stuff, is completely like different from the way that other countries do it. Now there's a lot of other ways that people handle crimes and all of that, what they deem to be crimes in other countries as well. But the historical factors are always going to be there. The way a lot of Black and brown bodies came to America was under the impression, again, that they were lesser than, that they weren't even a whole human being, and they were enslaved. So if you come with that kind of foundation and you have that background, unfortunately, you still see the kind of like consequences and repercussions that come associated with that. So I just wanted to say that before you move on.
Okay, so my next question is, how do you guys feel about the death penalty?
The death penalty?
That one's heavy. That one's a heavy one. So that one's really heavy. So Antonio and Aisha, any thoughts?
Wait, so like, hold up. So like, the death penalty on like prisoners, or is we talking about like a
Prisoner.
you know, it's not all right. It's not my right to judge what the government chooses to do. It's not my right. But I like how everybody says you don't have you don't have like a lot of people say you don't have the right when people should live or die. But I guess some people feel like that doesn't abide to like people who like like I said, like you got people, murderers and serial killers out here that do what they do because because they want to, not because they've been through something traumatic, but some of them do it because they want to, or I don't know, I guess they find, well, no, not I guess, that I know that most some find that amusing. So I feel like I feel like the death penalty, it I guess it can be right. I guess it is a right decision because it would be wrong to just let them roam free. I guess it really would be wrong to let them roam free. So in my opinion, I guess the death penalty can be beneficial to everybody, but I also feel like it's wrong because I feel like nobody has the right to decide when you live or die. But that's my
Aisha, any thoughts? Okay. That's fair. This one I will say that that's fair, because this one is a harder one to talk about. Miss Joni or Kayla, any thoughts?
I mean, it's definitely a tough situation, right? So I have the attitude that nobody should be playing God, but I do believe that, like, yeah, sometimes that's what it is. When you think about this situation that happened with those poor little kids in Essex, that aunt gotta go. And I think the DC sniper probably was the last person to be executed. Like, in the way he did that, and I was working in DC at that time when he was on a rampage. Whole time he was just trying to kill his ex-girlfriend, but he killing random people, and then had this teenage boy with him training him on how to be a killer, and they just shooting random people in the head. So I did not feel sorry when they said that he was going to be executed either. So I mean, I definitely for certain situations, but I don't think that this should just be like not highly overseen.
Right.
I feel like the death penalty, like, again, I don't think nobody gets to decide who lives or dies. I think that's up to God. And but I think that, like, if someone's literally like on their last straw and they're just going crazy killing multiple people and you can't like keep them under control, then you have to do what you have to do. It's just like, you can't do nothing at that point. But like if they're just like, if someone, like, I don't know, kill one person and they get time, I don't think they should just be put on a death penalty. But like I think they should be like on their last straw, like going absolutely crazy to be put on the death penalty. And that kind of goes on to my next question. How do y'all feel about like people who are being wrongfully accused? Because like there's many people out here that's been wrongfully accused who also has been put on the death penalty. And yeah.
Yo, and that's why I say it got to be highly overseen, like, because that right there, what you get at is part of like the tricky part, like when you just don't know, and it could be even just a slight chance that the person innocent. If it's even just a slight chance, absolutely not. But with that lady rolling around with them daggone kids in her trunk like it was nothing, it's nothing to debate right there.
Yeah. Okay. So with people who, and Antonio, I don't know if you're about to say something, so I'm sorry if I'm cutting you off. With people who are wrongfully accused, like that's a that's a heavy thing for me, and I don't know why I carry that or like why that hits me so hard, but it's kind of like you want them to be, they could have a whole life, they have families, they have kids, like, and it just took one person or a group of people to just kind of look at them, do whatever they did. Maybe they were justified in their investigation, maybe they weren't. The way that investigations happen and the way that criminal cases happen, there's so many like touch points and there's so much information that can get lost, especially if it's a thing where like the crime, quote unquote, happened a long time ago and all of a sudden you're like connecting that person to it. It's so many things. So I agree with Ms. Joni in the fact it has to be highly overseen because everybody has to capture every single detail. Everybody's not willing. Just like me, I think about things I forget about all the time. Like I forget about a bunch of things every day. I may miss things, every day. So I know, according to human error, like how many people are going to miss different things in different cases about different people, especially if it's a Black or brown person and that judge and that lawyer and whoever else is white. I'm sorry. They're going to look at these people and they're going to be like, oh yeah, they probably did it. Not everybody's like that, but there are some people out there that have that exact attitude. So they will do things to make sure that that person is in jail, regardless of if they did it or not. So that's a thing that really sits with me because I'm like, bro, like some of these things is just like you ain't even worried about it. Any other thoughts?
I mean, I agree with y'all. So I was thinking the same thing.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
I wanted to talk about two different situations. So I was reading a story and it was talking about the guy. So basically it was a fire in his house. You guys might have heard this story before. It was a fire in his house and like he had three children, and for some reason like he made it out alive, and like one of his children was left in the house to die. I'm sorry, all of his children was left in the house to die. So they looked at it like he killed them, or like he created the fire. Now they couldn't get all the evidence, like if he did it or not, but the way that he came out the house, it seemed as if he planned it. Because how did he escape? And they weren't able to escape. So they assumed that he killed his children, and he was going on different trials and different trials. And after that, they finally was like, he has to go on the death penalty. There was different people who was trying to prove that he didn't do it, and they were like testing, they was doing different kind of tests. It was scientists out there and everything, but they couldn't like figure out if he did it or not. But based on the fact that he made it out alive and his children didn't, they assumed that he did it. Now, I was like listening because his wife left earlier that day before it happened, and she never came back home. So I was like, how come they didn't consider her? Like, I don't get why they didn't weigh out all their options. They just wanted to get the case closed. So they said he's going on the death penalty, and unfortunately he ended up being killed. But I'm just like, these officers, they don't really want to explore all their options. They just want to close the case and get it over with. Just like my other situation I was going to talk about. You guys probably heard of, I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called the Central something, the Central Park thing in New York, when all those boys, I can't remember the name, but all those boys, they got accused of raping the lady, and they all went to jail until they were grown, and they just were making them make up stories, telling lies, making them admit to things they didn't do, all because they wanted to close the case. And I feel like in a lot of situations that's what it is. They want to get the case over and done with, so they just, if I get this person to admit they did this, or I can make up something, then the case can be closed. And I feel like that's not fair, because these people have families and stuff. So
Yeah. I feel the same. It's interesting that you brought up the Central Park case, because I tried to watch that series. I tried my best to watch that series because I know the overall thing, but I wanted to see, kind of like the details, what happened, everything. I could not make it through the first. I made it through the first episode. I did make it through the first episode. I could not make it through the rest. And that's because you mentioned like people try to like wrap up the case, or like there's a lot of times where like lawyers will offer like something to the defendant and be like, okay, listen, you're not about to you about to get life, you looking at life, but I'll give you 20 years, or I could get you 15 years if you just say you did it, or I can do this or whatever. And it's kind of like, do you sacrifice your innocence, and something that do you lie and say that you didn't do something, that you did something that you didn't do, just because you may get life but you're offered something better? Or do you stand up for yourself and still face life? It's kind of like it's a lose-lose situation for a lot of these people out here, because it's like, I don't know what to do. Like, this sounds better because if I lose, then I'm going for life, but if I take this plea, I'm only going for 5, I'm only going for 15, I'm only going for 20, then it'll be over. So it's a harder situation to look at, especially with all these different details. And it's like, especially if you're like a young person, like you're a teen or a young adult or whatever, and you haven't really been through this before, or maybe you have, but not on a serious level. It's like, yeah, this sounds good. They make it sound so good, but ultimately it's not benefiting anybody. So any other thoughts?
and that stuff, that also, when they plead guilty to something they didn't do, it's like you said, it's a lose-lose, but that also goes on their record. Like, when they got out of jail, some of them were having trouble getting jobs. Like, that goes on their records, and if they didn't do nothing, that's not fair because like why are they pleading guilty to something they didn't do, but then again they gonna get less years. So
Yeah. Antonio, Naija, any thoughts?
Yeah, I watched that, but I couldn't finish I think the last boy. I couldn't watch his because like it was he got it worse than everybody. So that was crazy because I watched it at school and that's when I'm like, okay, I'll watch it at home. I couldn't watch those things. Like that was messed up. And one of the boy, his girlfriend was telling him like, don't go, just stay here. And he should listen to his girlfriend because he could have prevent from all this.
I was done. I could not.
Definitely. Antonio, any thoughts or are you passing on this one?
No, I'm passing. I'm gonna pass on this.
Okay, only because it's getting heavier, y'all. Like it gets heavier because it's so many levels, there's so many different things. Because it's like, you know, someone from the time that people are accused of things or arrested or whatever, and then people don't think about also the amount of fees that go with all of this. Like there's fees, you know, for like court fees and like legal fees and all this other money. They expect you to have all this money. You're accused for a crime. They expect for you to fight for yourself. They expect for you to do all of these things. And it's like, where is the actual like reform in the criminal justice system? You know, where is like that therapeutic aspect? Like where are all the people and the moving pieces that look at the person and see, okay, what's going on here? Where are all the other factors that are looking, the environmental factors, the personal factors, the just everything? Nobody is looking at like the whole picture. Nobody's looking at the whole person. People are just taking bits and pieces and doing what they can with them and rolling with it. Some people get off and a lot of people don't. So it's just like it's a mess. Miss Joni, any thoughts?
Well, I just think like this is why the conversation about defunding the police is so important. Now, I'm definitely not on the side where we don't need anything, but what we have isn't working, and it's just a strong reminder that people of color, black men especially, y'all got these big targets on y'all back, and we only really learning about some of the stuff now because cell phones and stuff like that. But like, yo, imagine the stuff before cell phones. Imagine the stuff that's not recorded. Like it's all one big mess for real. And I hope that I live to see the day where they really, really, really do something to make it more fair. Because I think we have too many instances where innocent people are doing time for nothing that they didn't do. And that's not to say that everybody's innocent. We know we got our knuckleheads, but we got too many who just got caught up in the system because the system hate us.
Oh yeah. I just want to say one little more thing because Kayla, we're gonna have to wrap it up actually in a few minutes. I think about conversations, right? So when the whole thing was happening with the Capitol in like January or something like that, whole thing was happening with the Capitol, I had two black young kids that I had to like have conversations with because they had questions. They had, it wasn't just me by myself. It was just kind of like a family conversation, but we had to go into like, okay, so as black children living in this world, this is what you have to do. Sometimes these are things that may happen. These are things that are going to happen as you get older, and it's a continuing conversation. That's not their first conversation that they had about it because I think one of them asked like, "Hey, why are everything is happening and nothing is happening to them? Like nobody is like arrested, nobody's doing all of this stuff." And you have to. It's not their first conversation they're going to have about that. It's not their last conversation they're going to have about that because it's an ongoing thing. It's an ongoing adjustment that unfortunately black and brown people always have to make. Kayla, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It just feels like to me it's never going to end. Like it's like we're trying to make it seem like it's getting better, but it's not, because we went from slaves to racism to now brutality. I'm just like, what's next? Is it gonna keep getting worse? And it's like the system, they also try to like portray themselves like they're doing something good, and they're not really doing anything good. And then I'm just like, all these officers, like, okay, maybe one or two, like it's so rare that one of the officers that has killed a black person is going to jail. Like, you killed a person and they didn't do anything to you. You killed a person for no reason. So if a black person kills someone for no reason, they're going to jail. It's simple. But these officers are killing people and just getting paid leave. I'm just like, what? Like, that's like, good job. That's like saying, good job for killing that person. You get a break. You get to get paid on your break. Like, what is that? I think they just need to make a whole new system and retrain these officers. I don't know. They need something.
Yeah, it's a lot to unpack, and a lot of times you don't even know where to start because it's just so like messed up. Like you don't even know what to kind of do.
It's
Y'all,
never enough time. Never
what you
enough
say?
time.
You
I
said
said
never
it's never
enough
enough
time.
time.
I know this could have been the 10 o'clock session and this session.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Kayla, for
Yeah.
for having this topic, reaching out on your own, saying that you wanted to get on a session and lead your own session. You did an amazing job. So thank you for coming here and creating this space. Thank you, Antonio and Aisha, as always. Y'all always find your way. Love y'all. Let's get some jewels. Let's get out of here because it's time to go.
Okay, so my jewel is I can respect any person who could put their ego aside and say, I made a mistake and I apologize. I'm correcting their behavior.
That's a good one. That's good.
All right, I got mine written down. Okay. Make sure, best Jewel, hold up. Make sure whatever you do in the long run, make sure it's worth it. And once everybody else realizes it's worth it, hold up. Okay, I got it confused. Whatever you do, make sure that you enjoy doing it. Don't ever force yourself to do something you don't want to do, and then once you commit to it, you'll feel like you want to leave and feel like you don't even want to do it anymore. So commit to something you want to do and not to something that you want to do just because other people expect you to do it. Do what you want and do what you feel like doing.
Thank you, Antonio.
I can go. My jewel is just practice learning your injustice system. Learn your laws. Learn what's legal, what's not legal, and have conversations with other people and encourage them to learn it too.
Yes. All right. Thank y'all for y'all jewels. Mine is practice empathy. That's it. I don't no explanation. I love y'all. I'll see you
Love
tomorrow.
you. See ya.
Thank you. See y'all. Y'all, that was an amazing session, yo. Shout out to Miss Money Mo, as always, y'all. And shout out to Mr. Bonnet. Shout out to Beyonce. And definitely shout out to Kayla for this powerful topic, y'all. Like, and that's what I like about this group. Like, y'all not afraid to have the hard conversations, and that's what matters. So I wish we had more time for that one, though. That one was definitely a great topic. But y'all know what time it is, y'all. I only got one more time to tell y'all this. Y'all realize that? Y'all already know what time it is, y'all. Take your break, right? After you take your break, take your lunch. I'm going to see you back here at 2 o'clock. And adult mentors, 2 o'clock. That's your time to shine, yo. If you want to get on here, introduce yourself. Tell us what you've been doing this summer. Hit me up for the link, adult mentors. All right, y'all. I see y'all back here at 2 o'clock. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I hope somebody had a great lunch break. I hope somebody's having a great day at work today. Yo, do y'all realize this time tomorrow will be my very last time welcoming y'all back from y'all break, from y'all lunch. This time tomorrow, y'all. This time tomorrow, it's about to be all over. And I know normally on Fridays, y'all normally go to your team meetings, but tomorrow, because it's the last day, no team meeting tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to look a little bit differently. So we are going to have our last session tomorrow. And I'm really excited for y'all to see some of the stuff that we got planned for y'all. But yo, we almost at the end, y'all. We like this close to the end, yo. We are almost at the end. But I'm really excited for this session today because y'all get to meet like some of the adult mentors that's been working with us. So Miss Carmen, where you at? Miss Carmen's supposed to be on here, y'all. Hopefully she got her tech together. There she go. We about to get Miss Carmen on here and see who else jump on here. Miss Carmen.
Hey.
What's up? How you feeling?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm blessed. I can't complain. You went and got jazzy on us.
No, I just got decent.
We love to see it. We love to see it. Well, thank you so much, Miss Carmen. Talk to us. You've been rocking with us all summer.
Yes, and last summer, and I will continue rocking with us as long as I'm above ground.
I know that's right.
Yes, y'all are doing wonderful things, and I really enjoy the growth in some of the youth that I've seen since I've been around.
I know that's right.
So,
that is amazing.
Keep doing your thing, Joni, because you're doing it.
Man, thank you so much, Miss Carmen. It's only with the support of people like you. So can you introduce yourself to people that don't know who Miss Carmen is?
I'm Miss Carmen. I'm a adult mentor for YouthWorks. I've been rocking with Heart Smiles for the last 2 summers. I love what they're doing. I'm an old lady, as you can see, but I've been around for a while. I'm a wealth of knowledge. Been through the ups and the downs. I'm originally a New Yorker, but I've been in Baltimore for 40-something years.
You holding on to that accent strong.
And you know what is so amazing, Joni? I will talk to people and they'll say to me, "You're not from here." I've held on. I've left New York when I was 23 years old.
Wow.
And it has not gone. It never left.
Wow. So how did you find your way here to Baltimore?
My husband, may he rest in peace, was a structural steel iron worker. Nothing was happening in New York right after my daughter was born. So we were looking for a larger place. And a friend of his that lived in Baltimore told him, he said, "Man, you need to come down here because there's plenty of work. Iron work is booming." So that's what brought us to Baltimore. My husband always said the best thing about Baltimore was me and my daughter. So
he like it.
He was a New Yorker. So when he considered leaving, when he realized his wife wasn't going with him, he made himself comfortable. And after I talked him into buying the first house, he said, "Yeah, well, I guess I'm stuck."
Staying.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And were you in the education system, Miss Carmen? Like, how did you get connected to YouthWorks and doing that stuff?
I started out, I did credit and collections for over 30 years.
Taking people cards and stuff?
Doing whatever I had to do. Credit side, collection side, you name it, I did it. It's a vicious cycle because it's a never-ending story. It's a numbers game. Only as good as the month before. I made a lot of money. So every time I decided I'm tired of this, when I looked at the paycheck and I went job hunting and I looked at the difference, I'm like, man, I need to stay where I'm at because ain't nobody giving me that kind of money.
He was like, "No, I'm good."
Yeah, so that lasted for 30 plus years. And My daughter got into something which made me need to step back because I couldn't put my head in that game and put it where it needed to be. I had 3 grandchildren. So I stepped up to that, my granddaughter, and I always did small catering on the side. My granddaughter came in the house one day, the youngest, with a thing from school and said, Grandma, they need somebody in the kitchen. I said to myself, I can't do that. That's where it began. And I've been in the school system since 2013.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was a big change, but it was a welcome change because my school started out as just elementary. First of all, the youngest one, that school that I went to, I needed to be there. I was her reminder in the cafeteria. Okay. So, you go downstairs, Grandma gonna get you, so you better be cool.
Gotta be right.
Yes. And that's where it started. And you grow relationships with children.
Yeah.
You know, and I realized there how many kids really had troubles, and you could see the difference from the way they come in the morning.
Yeah.
You know, and I saw a couple that I grew attachments to because I could read them. You know, those that gravitated toward me liked me after a while, but Miss Carmen was no nonsense. You ain't coming in here with that. You know, the cafeteria belongs to me. You want to act up in here, you can't come in here. It's real simple. You know, disrespect is not tolerated in here. What they taking from y'all out there, well, the assistant principal said I could. Not in here, she can't. You know, so that made the difference.
Exactly.
But I've been doing it ever since, and that's I think, and the fact that I got grandchildren, you get attached to kids and want to see them grow the right way. And if a few words from me or just me listening to them could make a difference, it matters.
Absolutely.
You know,
So how did you get to like this age then, from working with elementary?
I'm in middle school. I'm elementary school again, but I went from elementary to middle. The school merged, went from elementary to elementary middle.
Okay.
But then one summer, a lady was saying to me, you need to go to Youth Works for the summertime because I normally don't work the summers. That's how that started. And then when the pandemic came along, I stopped going to the sites when I got you. And I was determined I wasn't going back to the sites because I'm going to stay with you.
I know that's right. I know that's right. So, Miss Carmen, who's been the superstar on your team this year?
Donovan.
I should have known he came from you.
Donovan. Kayla's mine too.
What? You got
Yes.
both of them powerhouses?
Yes.
So
and it's so nice because I got a bunch of.
Hold up. So day one, did you know that Donovan and Kayla were just like powerful like that?
Kayla was low key. So I wasn't sure. She was respectful and she was on point, but I still didn't know. But Donovan came out right away.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what were some like characteristics of just how they were carrying themselves like those first couple of days that just kind of let you know like, yeah, they got it?
Respectful, knowing that there's something to offer, the attention. You know, you can tell the ones that's really listening. You know, you can tell by their responses that they're paying attention. They might get something out of this. You know, and that's the goal. That somebody pick up something that they're not getting somewhere else to give them that little extra kick that might say, you know what, this is there's an opportunity here for me. Let me grab it.
I love that so much. Now, Miss Carmen, I'm not gonna ask you. You ain't got to name the weak links, but if you had, but what would you What would you say to them though? Like, what would you say to some of the weak links?
That y'all have no idea the opportunities that y'all are passing up, the doors that are being opened for y'all that y'all just need to walk through.
Hmm.
Somebody is handing you an olive branch and you ain't smart enough to grab hold.
Hmm.
Later on in life, you're going to remember this time and say, dang, I could have got hooked into Hopkins. I could have got hooked into Bloomberg. I could have got hooked in all of these opportunities. When I was excited the first time I watched it. I'm like, look at what they're trying to give these children. It's sad that the youth of Baltimore has such a bad name,
Yeah.
but there's so many with their heads stuck in their butts that they ain't realizing that when opportunity knocks, you gotta open the door. It may never knock again.
Mm.
You know, to get stuck on stupid or get stuck out there thinking that you're doing something and you ain't doing nothing. There is absolutely nothing in the street. Okay. Everybody out there is chasing the same dollar and it's only one. Okay. They're knocking each other off. They're killing each other like they ain't lived long enough to be able to take a life.
Mm.
They're taking it like it means nothing. And they dying for nothing.
Yeah.
That's the sad part. It's for nothing. You know, so you got opportunities coming your way, doors open and networking opportunities. You may not be able to take it right now, but hey, you put this stuff in your memory bank, you put it on your resource package, and next summer you might be able to say, you know, I got this information. I was a heartbeat last summer. Is there any opportunities for me?
Yeah.
There might be something that you can link up into. They all into music. You got music links. You got links into just about everything that they could possibly want to get into. You may take one of these avenues and find out, okay, well, I really don't like that. But if you didn't walk down the path, you would never know.
Yeah.
You know, so I was a fortunate kid, but there's a lot of opportunities that these youths have that I didn't have, but I was a fortunate kid, so I really didn't need them all.
Yeah.
You know, but they need they don't. A lot of these kids don't need it, but there are some that really do.
Yeah.
And there's so much talent out here that's going to waste for nothing.
You preaching. You preaching, Miss Carmen.
Oh, it's the truth. And it saddens you when you see it. And then you get the ones that want to talk out the side of your mouth. You can't even speak English. And you want to talk trash. Try reading a book or getting yourself into something that might help you grow. So I could go on forever, so don't do it.
You preaching. No, because now I want you to talk to me about like your middle of the road people. And again, you don't got to necessarily say like their name, but like people that's in the middle. Like, what would you say to them?
I would tell them that I understand sitting back and not saying nothing. You know, because you're absorbing, but you're not saying anything. But please do yourself a favor and pay attention. Write down some of this stuff because you may need it later. It may be something that sparked your interest that didn't spark it today. But then you flash back. Go over these. Your sessions are recorded. Go back and listen. You might pick up something that you think that you missed that will take you someplace that you didn't know you was really trying to go.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of opportunity here. And I commend you for that. Because you put your neck out there to come grab a hold of these kids, and you're doing it.
Thank you, Miss Carmen. I'm trying my best. I'm just glad to have great people like you on the team because
honey, you got me forever. You got me forever. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
What's been your favorite part, Miss Carmen?
I like the sessions, the 11 o'clock sessions.
They my favorite.
Yes, because you always got somebody else on there with a wealth of knowledge to pass some on, and they're exciting stories, and some of them came from nowhere.
Literally.
You know, came from nowhere. So it shows that it can be done. You know, it can be done.
Literally, yeah. Who was your favorite guest mentor?
Okay, it's Miss Stephanie, because she always brings on some goodies. She
What was
always brings on
fire?
some goodies. She always brings on, and you know, I love Miss Caitlin. I love Miss Caitlin,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
and I love Baby Barack.
Isn't he amazing?
Oh my goodness, that boy is amazing.
We met him last year, Miss
I
Carmen.
know. I was there. You know, I
Yeah,
was there.
you
I
know what?
remember. He is an amazing young man. I would like to see where he is 10 years from now.
Oh my gosh.
You know, I can just imagine because he's so articulate. He's so together, and he's only 16.
Yeah,
Yes,
just
that's lovely to see. It's really lovely to see.
oh my gosh. I just still have a hard time just wrapping my mind around the exponential growth that like he's demonstrated, because it was all like, yo, I remember him being scared to come on a session.
Okay.
And now
he's a leader. Now he's a leader. He leads the pack. And leads the pack well.
I don't know if you know, Miss Carmen, but after the summer, because you know he stayed with us, he did this national conference and they loved him.
I'm sure.
I think
I'm
Chaos.
sure.
It was all people from all over was at this
And
conference.
Shala, look at him.
Coach Johnson is definitely
He is doing the damn thing.
Ain't he?
Yes, he is. I am so proud of him.
And didn't come out of a city or a poly. Douglas High School, y'all.
Yes. I remember the day that he was going away to school the next day. I went and took him a cake. I said, boy, go be great. Because I knew that's what was going to happen.
Yes. And now here he is going into his sophomore year college.
And leading the pack here when he come home. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
See, all of those are your success stories. Those are your success stories because you opened the door for them. You know, you showed them that there was more to it than they thought.
I'm just glad that they took advantage.
Me too. Me too. And I can see there's no telling where Donovan's going to end up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because he's got such potential.
So much.
Such potential.
So much. Oh my gosh. This now you just got me warmed up a little bit now, Miss Carmen, because
okay, good.
For real, like they my babies. They my babies.
Yes. These are your kids. You know, and you watch them grow and you watch them take their little walks by themselves now. My legs are strong now. I can go. Yeah. And that's what's important. That's how I feel about my grandchildren. When their legs get strong, they can go. You know, because I know you'll know where you came from. But it's nice to see that somebody else cares about everybody's kids.
Exactly. Exactly. What would you like to see done differently, Miss Carmen? Like if you could just wave your magic wand, what would you like to see done differently?
For you?
Yeah, for our youth work saying, what we doing?
Not much. Because I think you're doing it because you're bringing it to them at a level that they can identify with. You're bringing it to them so that they can absorb it. You know, if you put kids in a whole classroom setting and all this is they're not getting that. You bringing them some music, you bringing them stuff that they can see, that they can visualize. You showing them the others that are maybe in their same age group or a year or two ahead of them that's jumped on and grabbed the olive branch. You're showing them. And it makes a difference. It's easy to talk. it's a whole lot harder to show them.
Yeah.
So I don't think I would change anything in the way that you presenting this because it works. It's working. You know,
Thank
you can't reach them all, but you reaching enough of them.
You ain't lying about that.
You know, you reaching enough of them. And any of those that came and fell off and all of the rest of that, they can't say that the opportunities weren't offered to them.
Mm.
You know, but you get some that you see the potential in. They're gonna disappoint you every now and then. You just got to yoke them up every now and then. Come on, dummy. You know.
Hey, yo.
You know what happened? You was all in it, and then all of a sudden, come on now.
I got too many of them, Miss Garvin.
And I can imagine. I know one in particular. I can tell from the way when you start in the morning, I already know who you be talking about. You ain't never said a word. I know who you be talking about. But you also have to remember their beginnings.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the beginnings don't make it easy. They still need you. You understand what I'm saying? To pull them out that corner and show them that you had it together. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because a lot of them, they have a hard time with life. And it's not their fault because where they started wasn't right.
Miss Carmen, it's them 18, 19s, and 20s, y'all. They the hardest.
Yeah, I can imagine. I used to always say it was 15 to 18 because I used to tell my they turn into people you don't know, much less like, for a couple years. Because they think they know everything. You know absolutely nothing. So talking to them is like beating your head against the wall. I told my daughter one time, I said, honey, let me tell you something. She said, what, Mom? I said, I intend to survive your teens. It's up to you whether you do or not.
Hey,
She
yo.
said, did you just threaten my life? You take that any way you want it, but I'm going to make it. So I hope you make it with me.
Not I hope you make it with me.
I'm gonna survive your teens now. So if you make it with me, that's on you, honey. I'm gonna give you ain't gonna drive me crazy. My blood, sweat, and tears. All the blood, sweat, and tears I put into you. Oh no. Crazy's not gonna be one of them. So you get your act together, kid. And I only had one, so
she got it together.
Yes, she did. And she went. I told her the hardest part of her life. She didn't get crazy till she got grown, and that only lasted for a couple years because she one thing she's not as a fool. You know, so she would go back and say, you know, damn it, that woman told me so and so. Yeah, I did.
That's them 18, 19s, and 20s.
Yes.
That's exactly, and it's the most frustrating thing. And
yes, it is. But you got to let them make their own mistakes. When you think about it, Joni, we did too. We didn't listen. The only thing was, my life was a roller coaster. I lost my mother at 8. My husband died. My daughter was 8. So it was like history repeated itself.
Oh, so
but
sorry.
My sisters are 8 and 9 years older than I am. So I learned from their mistakes. I watched them. I said, well, that didn't work for her. I ain't gonna try that one.
That's wisdom at a young age. Everybody not smart enough to do that.
Right.
I don't get it.
Right. You're right. But see, my husband was 11 years my senior. He used to tell me all the time, "You the youngest old woman I ever met in my life." But I grew up. My mother died young. I was spoiled. I had everything I possibly could want, but I couldn't be a kid after that.
How old was your mom? Was she like 30s?
35.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So that I'm fortunate. I had my great grandmother who promised me, she said, your sisters is grown. They don't need me. I promise you I'm going to be here until I know nobody can take advantage of you. I was 15 years old and I was old from 12. So she held her promise,
Mm.
so it made me watch my sisters, like I said. So the mistakes they made, I didn't make, because I said that didn't work out too well for her. So why would I go that route?
Mm-hmm.
So I got a lot from paying attention. And then my stepmother, may she rest in peace. I lost her last year, but that woman gave me the blues because I looked just like my mother. She told me one day, she said, Carmen, your father didn't stop loving your mother. She died. So it made me understand her resentments about certain things, if that makes any sense to you.
Yeah, because she kind of knew that her man was, his heart was somewhere else.
Yes. And we grew to love each other later when my father got sick. Because my father told me one time, he said, well, she gave me a mother for my daughter. I told him, I said, man, if you had asked me, I was trying to get rid of her. But as I got older, I understood a lot of the lessons she was trying to teach me. And I thanked her so many times. Like I told her when my dad died, she said, well, I guess I'm not going to see you anymore. I said, don't even do that. Daddy was our biggest tie, but not our only tie. So you Janelle's grandmother. So how can we not go see grandma no more because granddaddy died? That doesn't make sense. So I stuck with her and she stuck with me because I got lucky. I got two mothers. I had my birth mother and I had her too. She was my mom too, because she couldn't have loved me anymore had she given birth to me. I was her go-to for everything. Even though she knew when I was shutting her down because I just wouldn't talk to her. And so I talked to her for a couple of days because I can't be disrespectful. So in order to not be disrespectful, I won't talk.
You just cut off all you just... Oh my God. But Miss Carmen, I wish more people had the attitude that you had of, I'm going to learn from other people's mistakes, because that's definitely a deficit that I see. It's like, yo, you don't have to make this mistake.
Out here doing this dumb stuff. They getting locked up like flies. They're dying like flies. Why do you want to go out there? There's nothing out there but death and destruction.
That's it.
Nothing. And it ain't even no money. So what? You come in the house with $100. Nigga, you could have got $100 from nothing. A whole lot easier. Other than putting your life at risk. You could beg up that much money.
Yo, they shooting up funerals now. So
it's real spooky.
No,
out
it's
there.
very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. I don't get it.
There's nobody respects anybody anymore. It's sad. And it shouldn't be that way. It really shouldn't be that way. But this is the new generation. And they got to wake up. I'm just thankful that they got somebody like you that's trying to wake them up, the ones that want to wake up. Because unfortunately, you can't reach them all. You cannot reach them all.
And you know what? That was my biggest heartache, Miss Carmen. Like, I'm over it. I'm past it now. But like starting this Heart Smiles thing and really being in it and being 100% committed to it, like that was my biggest heartache. Recognizing that even though they right there, I can't do nothing with them.
Yeah.
I can't. And learning how to just leave people where they are and me not feeling guilty.
Yes.
If something happens. Same
because you can't.
Iced tea, I told you that was going to happen.
Yes, you can't. You really, really can't. Because that will weigh you out and weigh you down.
Exactly. And then I can't help the ones that want it.
Right. Because there's a lot of them out there that want it. Like Taylor, the singer. That girl is
Oh,
gifted.
Miss Carmen, you know we got Ultimate Connects, right? But I can't just put nobody on without testing them first.
Of course not.
I got a meeting with Taylor. Taylor's on my calendar. I rarely do that, but she's on my calendar. We have a meeting to talk about what the next year is going to look like for her to get her career where she wanted to be. Watch out for Taylor.
Good for you.
Watch out
Good for you. She realized that she hit lotto. Because when you get into somebody that's connected, that's willing to help you, you're supposed to grab hold with both hands and
From
show
day
them
one.
that you're serious.
From day one, Miss
Yes.
Carmen, this child has been right here. I'm like,
Okay.
okay, all right, can work with
That's
that.
a good thing. That's a good thing.
It is a blessing. It definitely is a blessing. Miss Carmen, what would you say to some of our hot beats who are in that stage where it's like they don't know if they want to go to college, they not necessarily working a career job, and they just kind of in the middle? Like, what advice would you give to them?
Try to figure out what you want, because college is not for everybody. Everybody doesn't get out of college what you should get. You know, if that's a waste of 4 years if you're not getting anything out of it.
Yeah.
Go to a trade school that's going to pick you up something that'll give you something to fall back on if you are stuck in the middle. But don't waste your time. Don't waste your time, because, baby, they have no idea how fast these years go.
Yeah.
I had to say to my daughter, we were sitting on the porch. I looked at her, I said, you know what, Janelle? You know, I am not ashamed of my years at all. I'm thankful because so many ain't living to put up my numbers. But they went so fast. I feel like, where was I when all of this was happening? I'm 65 years old. I missed the last 20.
Miss Carmen, no, you're not.
I'll be 66 in November, I swear. Joni, I worked 30 years in one trade. My daughter's 43 years old, and I wasn't 12 when I had her.
What? You wasn't 12? Oh my, Miss Carmen.
Yeah, I'm not ashamed of my years. I earned this white hair, honey. But I tell them, don't waste time. Please don't waste time. Before you know it, you looking at, I'm 25 years old. Dang. And 25 comes quick.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've been doing nothing but deadheading for them years in the middle, first of all, when you decide to go get a job, they want to know what you've been doing all that time.
Come on now.
And that's so true. Right now, there's a lot of these young ones that don't understand. And I understand because I was there at one time. I have no experience, but nobody wants to give me any. You find your internship. You find something. Somebody's going to open a door so you can have something on that resume. Somebody's going to open the door, but you got to keep knocking. It's not going to come to your house and get you. I promise you that.
Yeah.
I promise you that.
You scratching on something so important, Miss Carmen, because this is why we be fussing and screaming every day about building up your network and your social capital. Because sometimes all you need is that connection. You know how many people you got a job just by saying?
Just how many people out here that had no experience, but they knew somebody that knew somebody.
And that's it.
That can open up a fantastic door. You be like, wow.
Yes, Mr. Brendan, who was just on construction company.
Yes.
Hiring 2 heartbeats just on the strength of they don't have no experience.
Yeah, and that's how you get it. That's how you get it. That's exactly how you get it. I wish my stepson is an attorney. He lives in Fort Washington, Maryland. I wish his practice was closer. Because if somebody was interested in law, I would see about getting them a summer internship. because my granddaughter went down there one summer and worked in his firm
Wow.
just so that they could have some work experience. And he got dreads down there behind. So can you imagine? But he's good.
Doing it though. Black
He's
man
doing the doggone
doing it.
thing. Yes, he is. And he didn't turn into somebody else.
Wow. And what kind of law is he doing?
Criminal.
So he in the messy, dirty stuff.
Yes.
A lot of action.
Yes. He had me dying the other day. He said, man, I don't know what's going to happen when I'm going to have to get out of here. And instead of going in my office with my shirt and tie and my pajama pants on.
Oh my God.
I got to get back out and go in the courtroom. So I got to get fully dressed and leave the house.
Wow. That is amazing. I don't even know him, but I'm so proud of him because that's such an
I am
achievement.
too, because his beginnings were not that great.
He's from
And
Baltimore?
No, he's from New Jersey. He was born in New York. That was my husband's son. And I remember when I went to New Jersey to pick him up and take him to Howard. And he came out of there, what is it, magna cum laude? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He didn't know how he was going to do what, but he was determined he was going to do it. And he did the damn thing.
Come on.
Yes, he did. I am so proud of him.
We gotta lock him down to do an interview with him one day.
He will. He thanked me for keeping them together. My husband, my daughter is his sister.
Yeah.
So how could I not? And they treat her like she's a baby. The bitch, when she's 43, she ain't been a baby in a long time.
She ain't been a baby in a long time.
Right. She'll always be my baby, but she ain't been a baby in a long time.
You is funny, Miss. Oh my God, yo, I
And
love it.
Your attitude, you could have been my daughter. When I be watching your face, I said, "Oh, that looked like some stuff." Janelle would say, "Ma, turn around." She's like, "Please turn around." Well, don't say nothing. She look at my face, say, "Please don't say nothing." Okay.
Already know.
Yes, my face already told you what I was saying, what I'm thinking. I had a couple of bosses through my years that have said to me, "What was that look for?" Nothing, because you wasn't talking to me.
But the whole time they was talking to you, they just ain't know they wasn't talking to you.
You wouldn't know. I had an incident where this man, a supervisor, said something so negative to this girl, and I'm standing right next to him. So I looked at him like, So later on that day, he said to me, he said, "Earlier when I was talking to her, what was that look for?" "Nothing, honey, because you wasn't talking to me." It would have been a whole nother ball game. Were you talking to me? Because I was looking when I got this. The only thing you could tell me is goodbye. You know, when I first moved down here, Joni, and things have changed a lot, but not enough. These folks down here, it was unbelievable to me. I moved down here in 78, so you know what it was like. You was a little girl, but they were so backwards. I had a supervisor that they had one token, one of us, that she had no self-esteem. You don't have to have a lot. Everybody don't have to have a lot. But what you do have, you keep neat and clean.
Yeah.
You will never say, like I used to always say, "I got $1 million taste in Coca-Cola pockets." I could be dead broke, but you would not know that the way I walked in that room. First of all, I'm going to be sharp as a tack as I can be, because you will never be able to downgrade or make a joke on me. You know what I'm saying? Why would you let somebody treat you like that? And it don't have to be. And there was so much of that going on. I pulled my boss up. I said, "Can I talk to you at 5?" He said, "Oh, sure." I said, let me explain this the only way I know how. Y'all got a new one here. I have never seen people treat people the way they do here. And I'm going to tell you this. If you tell a black joke in front of me, that's a problem. If you disrespect me, I'm going to react. Okay? Oh, I would never. I said, sir, I've seen what you do to your own, so I'm not foolish enough to think that you won't do it to me. I'm just letting you know that that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. I'm telling you now, so we ain't going to have this discussion later. I already told you what's going to happen. I've been put out in better places. The only thing you could tell me is goodbye.
Bye.
Yo. But I promise you, you'll remember me when I'm gone.
I know that's right. I love it, Miss Carmen. I love it. You gotta leave us with a jewel, Miss Carmen. We need a jewel before we get up out of here.
Okay. Don't pass up any opportunities. When opportunity knocks open the door, it may never knock again.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much, Miss Carmen.
You're welcome. And
I
man,
really appreciate it.
When you do have your cookout, I promise to bring a couple cakes and some cards for you.
Yes, and look, my favorite cake, just a little plug, yellow cake with chocolate icing.
Okay.
You could just
All
do
right.
me one, just
Yeah,
for mine
yes,
that
yes,
I
for
got
you.
share.
Yes, yeah, one you don't have to share. That's a promise. You got that before the summer's over.
Yes. Thank you, Miss Carmen.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll see you later.
All right.
Bye. Y'all, don't y'all adore Miss Carmen? Isn't Miss Carmen amazing, y'all? Like, oh my gosh, y'all. These are the kind of adult mentors that we have. So hopefully y'all took advantage of the adult mentors as well as your heartbeat mentors this summer, y'all, because this was what it's about, for you to be able to learn from other people, for you to be able to make connections, build up your social capital. Remember, we've been talking about your network all summer long, building up your network, your social capital. Yo, we at the end of our work day. We are at the end of our workday. If you haven't done your surveys, yo, please do your surveys. Please, please, please do your surveys. Some people have done their surveys, but everybody hasn't done their survey. Just click the link in the bio on Instagram. Do your survey, yo. Heartbeat mentors. Please make sure your people are doing their surveys, yo. We need that. We done, yo. I hope somebody had a great day at work today, yo. Where else you gonna work at and had as much fun? Nowhere. Yo, I only got one more time, yo. Only got one more time to tell you this, y'all. I got one more time to tell you this, and you already know what I'm about to say, yo. Go be productive, yo. Go be productive. I've been saying that to you the entire summer, yo. I'm saying that to you for a reason. If it wasn't important, trust and believe, I would not waste my energy, my breath, my spit. I would not waste my time telling you this if it wasn't important, yo. Go be productive. Yes, Alicia. Yo, I know, Jewel, it went by so fast. It's still some light outside, yo. And this is the reason why I keep telling you to go be productive, yo, because your habits, what you make a habit of doing is so important. Your habits basically build your success. If you got weak habits, you're not going to be successful. If you have strong, good habits, you are going to be successful. You're just going to, because that's how this thing works. And that's why I tell you this every single day. I haven't skipped a beat on that, yo. So if I'm telling you every single day, it must be important. Go be productive. It's no time ever it's acceptable for you to work all day and then get off of work just to not do nothing. No, that's where you work on your goals, yo. That's where you work on your goals. This is where you figure out What's your version of success? What is your vision for success? Where do you want to be? Who do you want to be? It's not just going to happen because you're wishing for it, because you're praying for it. You got to actually work for it. And that work is working on your goals, yo. I got one more time, yo, to get this headache, yo. I got one more time to get this headache, yo. If you ain't got no goals, that is a bigger problem, yo. That's a bigger problem, yo. Not having no goals, you might as well be blindfolded, yo, trying to get across 695. You might as well be walking through your life blindfolded completely. That's how it is when you ain't got no goals. You don't know where you're going. You don't know what's happening. You just going with the flow. Yes, Kira. Like, yo, that is a messed up place to be in life, and you don't want to find yourself being that person with no direction in life. Yes, Kira already told y'all, yo, don't hit me up if you ain't got no goals. I'm not having that conversation with nobody, yo. If you ain't got no goals, don't hit me. Hit up one of these OG heartbeats, yo. Let them help you get some goals. And what do I tell you every single day, yo? Your goals ain't got to be all big and crazy. No, sometimes you're just doing too much. You overthinking it. Your goals ain't gotta be all big and crazy, yo. You can start with small goals and work yourself up, yo, to accomplishing some of those big goals. I hope somebody wrote this down, because this is definitely like one of my favorite quotes ever, yo. I hope somebody wrote this down at least one time over the summer, and I hope that you keep it with you for the rest of your life, yo. The journey of a million miles always starts with one step, yo. And you can take that first step today. If you've been half button, you can take that first step today. If you slacked off, you can start anew and take that first step today, yo. But doing nothing should not ever be an option. It shouldn't ever be an option, yo. You got to start somewhere, and you can always start just where you are. Don't worry about what resources you ain't got. Don't worry about what money you ain't got. Don't worry about what connections you ain't got, yo. You can start where you are. Thank you, KR Smoothies. One of my favorite quotes, yo. The journey of a million miles starts with one step, yo. You can always take another step. It's never an excuse. You can always take one more step. Always. So, yo, that's it, yo, for me today, yo. We literally got one more day. This time tomorrow, I'm gonna be saying my final goodbye to all of y'all, yo. This time tomorrow. So if you rocking with us later on, you already know what it is. Thriving Thursday, no broke bum energy. We doing straight leadership boot camp on Thursday, 6 o'clock right here for Thriving Thursday. So if you're interested in becoming a better, stronger leader, Thursdays is going to be your session. If not, yo, it's all good. It's all good. Thank you, Kendall, for reminding us. No broke bum energy, not ever. But that's it for me, y'all. I'm out of here.